have diverse stakeholders come together to really think about how to make our new education policy a reality. We will listen to each other, learn from each other, and dream together. Here are the most important things you need to know about the conference. We have over 100 speakers over 5 days. Experts like Bill Brighton, the head of Ashoka, and the one who coined the term social entrepreneur, Padma Shri winner Sunita Krishnan, Amitabh Kant, the CEO of Niti Aayog, and 100 more. Sessions are in fun, engaging formats. Catch up 15-minute session where experts share life wisdom. Drop into our masterclass where you will actually see teacher teaching online and debrief what is working in their classroom. An exciting part of the conference is we are focusing on actions. We will launch white paper on child protection and more. We will launch a democracy curriculum called India and I. The conference is free, virtual, and you can sign up for as many sessions as you like. Participants even get a certificate. Register here now to book your place and make sure you get lots of students to sign up too. Let's come together for all our children.
Everyone, this is Muskan and I am a spoken word poet, and I'd like to encourage all of you to come and be a part of a very special conference called inspirED, where educators and influencers from different countries will come and talk about education and its policies. So don't miss this opportunity. It's fully free and you will even get a certificate for this. Make sure you're signing up for it, and I hope you have a great experience. Thank you. Everyone, this is Muskan and I am a spoken word poet, and I'd like to encourage all of you to come and be a part of a very special conference called inspirED, where educators and influencers from different countries will come and talk about education and its policies. So don't miss this opportunity. It's fully free and you will even get a certificate for this. Make sure you're signing up for it, and I hope you have a great experience. Thank you. Everyone, this is Muskan and I am a spoken word poet, and I'd like to encourage all of you to come and be a part of a very special conference called inspirED. I'd like to encourage all of you to come and be a part of a
special conference called inspirED. This conference is special because we have diverse stakeholders come together to really think about how to make our new education policy a reality. We will listen to each other, learn from each other, and dream together. Here are the most important things you need to know about the conference. We have over 100 speakers over 5 days. Experts like Bill Brighton, the head of Ashoka, and the one who coined the term social entrepreneur, Padma Shri winner Sunita Krishnan, Amitabh Pandit, the CEO of Niti Aayog, and 100 more. Sessions are in fun, engaging formats. Catch up 15-minute session where experts share life wisdom. Drop into our masterclass where you will actually see teacher teaching online and debrief what is working in their classroom. An exciting part of the conference is we are focusing on action. We will launch white paper on child protection and more.
Hi everyone, welcome to day 3. We've had 2 amazing days where we have 3 more amazing days ahead of us. Joining me here in track 3 is Dr. Vibha Krishnamurthy. She's a developmental pediatrician with over 20 years of experience in working with children with disabilities and their families in India. She trained in the developmental pediatrics at Children's Hospital, Boston, and founded Ummeed Child Development Center in 2001, where she is currently the executive director. Ummeed is one of India's leading not-for-profits that works with children with disabilities and their families. We are so excited to have you over, ma'am. Without taking any more time from your schedule, over to you.
Okay, thanks so much, Mansi, and hello to everybody. It's such a pleasure to be talking to a bunch of educators, teachers, hopefully some parents in there too, and I'm excited to be here. I just want to say that I often get asked the question of, what do you do about children with disabilities in the classroom? I'm faced with eager, enthusiastic, and wonderful teachers, but they feel handicapped by the fact or held back by the fact that they're not able to do anything for children with disabilities in the classroom. So I hope that in the next few minutes, we can talk about who are the 3 experts who are critical to make your class inclusive, particularly for children with disabilities. I hope everybody can see my screen. Yeah, Mansi, let me know if that's not happening. So here are the 3 experts, and let's talk about them. So expert number 1, obviously, is you. And what is our discourse about teachers? When each of you began your career as a teacher, I wonder what kind of stories you'd heard about teachers, or what assumptions or discourses about teachers were there in your mind. So firstly, the idea that teachers need to know everything. I certainly know that when I started learning, or when I started teaching, my thought was that, of course, I need to know everything that my students don't know. How on earth am I going to teach them if I don't know myself? So firstly, the fact that I have to know everything. The second thing was that I had to keep my distance, right? A teacher is not a friend, obviously. A teacher is somebody who is a figure of respect, somebody who you sit across a desk from. So that was the other thing. The third thing was that I was in a position of power, that as a teacher, you have a lot of power to influence minds, to change lives, and with that, an enormous responsibility. You are the person who is in charge of changing how this person views reading or history or science forever and ever. And so that is such an important thing for us when we start our careers, that these stories about teachers having to know everything, being in a position of power and responsibility, and therefore needing to be an expert on everything, including working with children with disabilities, is one story that we hear. Let's see what else we can create out of this one story. Because then there's a teacher triad that I like to think about. When you see a student with a disability, or you see a student who's different in some way, who's not learning like the other kids, who looks different, who challenges you as a teacher, one of the things you're thinking about is, okay, what's the problem? What do I need to fix over here? What really is the problem over here, right? Then perhaps you would call the students' parents in. And when you call the parents in, you want to ask them, what difficulties does the child have? And in the story that they are telling you, you're listening for what difficulties the child might be having at home, in learning, in speaking, in figuring out problems. And then lastly, you're observing the child in the classroom, and you're listening to the parent's story to see what gaps are there, right? If my students are at grade 5 reading, what grade level is this child at for reading, and what is the gap? What does this child need to make up? And whatever the problem is, the next thing that you have to do as an expert is actually to fix it. So this is commonly the story that I hear from very eager, willing, and enthusiastic teachers about, I don't know how to fix this. And you see, that is the trouble, or that is the problem with problem thinking. Problem thinking helps you identify the problem. But what it doesn't do is identify the solution. It doesn't tell you what to do with the problem. Instead, it leaves you stuck at the problem. And which is why I think we need to go on to the second expert, because we need a plan, especially if you're in a school which doesn't have a special educator, which doesn't have a counselor, which doesn't have experienced teachers who work with children with disabilities. Then you're saying, what do I do? I've identified the problem. There's a big gap in the reading level or the math level, but I don't know what to do about it. So this is where the second expert comes in. And this is the second expert. This is my patient Janvi, and this is her mom. And her mom is an expert at figuring out how Janvi does really well. And this is where I want to tell you a little bit of a story. The story is about one of my patients. Her name is Juhi. She's a 10-year-old girl. And when her parents came in one time to see me, they said, she's a little girl who has attention deficit disorder and a learning disability. And her parents came to see me saying, we really want to go back to school with a plan because we don't think she's learning. She's not doing very well in school. She's not making friends. And when I heard that story, one of the things that crossed my mind was maybe these parents haven't heard some of the questions that I'm going to ask them now. And my first question was, what about Juhi's school? What is it that you hope that she will learn in school? And they said, well, obviously we want her to read and write and do math at a basic level. So then we got into, what do you hope for Juhi to do after she learns those things? And they said, well, we want her to have a fulfilling life. We want her to be able to read the newspaper, to be able to read science, to be able to do her own shopping, bring back the right change and not get cheated. So then I asked them, tell me a little bit about Juhi's strengths. What does she do well? What is special about her? Since I'm meeting her for the second time or, the third time, I don't know as much about her, obviously, as her family does. So tell me what is unique and wonderful and special about her. And it was interesting. They both looked at each other for a minute and then smiled and said, can we tell you a story instead that illustrates what's special about her? And I said, sure. So then they told me the story of how she was alone with her grandmother one night at 9:30 at night. They both had gone out to see a movie. And she noticed that her grandmother, who was lying on the bed next to her, for a minute, her face looked different. It just looked different. So she shook her grandmother, tried to wake her up, and she wouldn't wake up. She ran and tried to call her parents. They didn't answer the phone. She ran to her neighbors, rang their bell until they came and said, you've got to come quickly. My grandmother's not okay. So they came, and indeed, she was not okay. They called the ambulance. She got to the hospital. And the doctor told them that Juhi's grandmother was in the early stages of a stroke. And had she not picked it up, she would have been paralyzed or she would have died. And so then we spoke about, what does that tell us about her? What is special about Juhi that let her do that? And they said, well, she's got common sense. She's practical. She knows life skills. And then we got into, well, what did you do to make sure that she knew those life skills? And then these experts on Juhi's skills and her life were able to describe to me how they had made sure that she knew phone numbers by heart, even though she had a hard time with numbers. How they had made sure that she could cook a small meal by herself at age 10, that she knew what to do in an emergency, and that she knew how to pay attention to things in the home. So they had the expertise actually to tell me what was the best way for Juhi to learn. And so I propose that we ask families different questions. Instead of asking them, what is the problem? What kind of difficulties does she have? And then trying to figure out the gaps. I would like us to think about asking, say we're talking about a little girl called Anshu. What is your hope for Anshu? And why is that important to you? I want us to ask, what are her strengths? And what are the ways in which she is wonderful or unique? And thirdly, how did she learn that? What are some of the things that you did to make that happen? And so we have an alternate triad. Instead of problems, difficulties, and gaps, we actually have, what is the hope? And what strengths do you hear? And what skills do you see? And if we view parents as your second expert, right at hand to give you those answers, you've already got a ton of expertise at your hand. And then we get to the third expert. This third expert is a young man I've known for a very long time. His name is Advait. And in this little video clip that I'm going to show you, he is going to talk to you about his life with attention deficit disorder. He's going to describe to you what it is like. And remember that in this video clip, he is telling 500 pediatricians about his experience of life because he is the expert on his experience of life. Here we go.
My name is Advait, and I'm 15 years old. Today I will be speaking about my life with ADHD. Since I've had it for quite some time now, it has become an integral part of my personality. Over the years, I feel that my ADHD has been the sole cause for the jokes that I crack and the pranks that I devise with my friends, which don't seem to strike many other people. This helps me quite often to get out of awkward situations, rampant at my age, or to lighten up atmospheres. And the drawback I feel I have with my condition is the constant interference in work. Personally for me, I could never study more than an hour, even though I wanted to. My attention would drift off and I would think of something completely irrelevant. For instance, if I was studying light in physics, I would think about lightsabers in Star Wars, which would lead me to Darth Vader in Star Wars, and then I would wonder about his peculiar robotic voice, which would lead me to sound, an absolutely new chapter in physics. This does get quite frustrating in the higher grade.
Okay, so you heard Advait talk about his experience of ADHD with expertise, sensitivity, humor. And here's what he drew. He called his ADHD monster, the ADHD irritant, and he knew when it needs to be trapped and when it needs to be released. He could tell me what are some of the things he likes about it. He could tell me what are the times when he wished that it would stay controlled. And he could tell me how he could make that happen. So he had a lot of expertise in managing his own ADHD. So really what we need children to know, and what we need to know, is that children are the experts on how they learn. So asking children how they learn best, what their secrets are to help them pay attention, to learn a new skill. Is it through seeing things? Is it through acting it out? Is it through hands-on? Already gives you a clue as to how you're going to teach this child. And you remember this expert, the first expert, who knows everything, has power and responsibility. Suddenly, you have permission. You have permission to no longer bear that heavy burden because you've got two other experts with you. You have permission to be curious about the child as a person and not just as a problem. You have the permission to say, I don't know. I don't have expertise on everything related to childhood disability, but you know what? We'll find out together. And lastly, you have the permission to be vulnerable. There are so many times that children have comforted me, that parents have told me their secrets and made me wiser. So I think it gives you the permission to not be that all-powerful, all-responsible person in the classroom. And therefore, as my favorite poet and singer Leonard Cohen would say, ring the bells that still can ring. Forget your perfect offering. There is a crack in everything. That's how the light gets in. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
That was amazing. Yeah. It was really good and perfectly.
Super. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a couple Everyone, welcome back from the break. We now have amongst us Mehrdad and Roya Bagai. Mehrdad is a global CEO of High Resolves. Mehrdad has focused on rapid growth of the program in Australia and expansion into the US, Canada, and China, Brazil, and Africa. Mehrdad is the chairman of Alchemy Growth, a boutique strategy advisory firm. Previously, he was a partner at McKinsey & Company and co-leader of the firm's worldwide growth practice and executive director at the CSIRO, Australia's National Science Agency. Mehrdad has degrees from Harvard Law School, Howard Kennedy School, and Princeton University. He is the Henry Crown Fellow at Aspen Institute. We also have with us Roya Bagai. She's passionate about creating transformative experiences that have personal or social impact. Her commitment to creating positive social change and empowering young people to do the same was the inspiration and driving force behind the creation of High Resolves in 2005 and her deep involvement since. She is also the founder of Videos for Change, a powerful global platform that is enabling and amplifying the voice of young people to creatively engage with social issues and catalyze positive change in the world. We welcome both of you to inspirED. Thank you so much for making the time for our audience. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mansi, and it's a pleasure to be with you. We thank you so much for the invitation, as well as Shaheen and everybody else. It's a real privilege to be part of this group and to share with you the work that we've been doing. Both Roy and I really hope that it's of some help as each of you think about the ways in which you want to engage in the work that we do in society. And so maybe if it's okay with you, I might start by just giving a little bit of a background into the story of High Resolves and how we created it. Roya will then take on Videos for Change and go a little bit into a deep dive to explain how we use video storytelling as a way of building capacity in young people. And then I'll talk to you a little bit about how it's growing in the world and what might be next, and how students in India might be able to participate more in it next year. We've already had a pilot, but we'll be able to talk a bit more about that. And there's room for Q&A. Now, just a note about Q&A is that it would be helpful if you want, as we're going through, to put whatever questions you have in mind into the chat. And what we'll be able to do is come back to that near the end. So then, in terms of High Resolves and Videos for Change, High Resolves is an organization that Roy and I founded 15 years ago in Australia. It's grown since. And the focus of it was around helping young people become more engaged citizens in their communities. And what we were trying to do is really get them to build up all the capacities they need to make the choices that their communities need to go in the right direction. What is the right direction? More just, more inclusive, those types of things. And we have systematically worked with about 400,000 young people in Australia. We are in some 500 schools. And as Mansi was saying at the beginning, we've expanded overseas since then. One of the important things about the way High Resolves works is the ability to draw on learning science. And learning science has explained to us that there needs to be a variety of learning experiences that allow mastery to be built by young people. And one of those important types of experiences is project-based learning. Now, Videos for Change was something that Roya came up with about 5 years ago, and it's our premier activity for project-based learning in the organization. So what we might do is just turn over to Roya to give you a bit of a deep dive around how Video for Change works and what it is, and show you a couple of examples of how it's worked. Roya, over to you.
Thank you, Mehtad. I'm so happy to be here with you today as part of inspirED, and particularly this theme of dreaming together. Like all of you, we're passionate about enabling young people with the skills that they need to thrive in this rapidly changing and complex world that we all live in. And young people see the social and environmental problems all around them in the world, but even more so in their local communities. And they have the motivation and the passion to make a difference, but their young voices are not usually heard. But we need to have them at the table, and we need to help them for them to help us find solutions now, not when they become leaders in the future. So we created Videos for Change as a simple yet powerful way to empower young people to create and be heard. Next slide, probably, Netta. It's an opportunity for them to build critical 21st century skills, to amplify their voice, and to build the confidence that they can make a difference in their communities and in the world. And short, shareable videos, when they're combined with the power of storytelling, are the most powerful way and tool that young people have to communicate their perspective, their ideas, and to rally others to collective action. So how do we define a video for change? Well, we ask young people to create a 1-minute video on an issue that they care about, that creates empathy or awareness and inspires action. And then we help them to amplify that message through their own communities, our platform, through competitions, events, film festivals, and our media partners. As Mehtad said, it began about 5 or 6 years ago as a national competition in Australia, and it's now reached hundreds of thousands of young people, with some videos getting over 1 million views and being seen in over 90 countries across the world. And this year, despite COVID, Videos for Change has grown in other countries across the world too, and in many different contexts. So I'd like to share an example of a video that was created earlier this year as part of Videos for Change in Monterrey, Mexico. It was made by a group of students in grade 10, and it was facilitated by Enseña por Mexico, who are a Teach for All partner in that part of the world. And despite being under the difficult conditions at the beginning of the pandemic, the students collaborated and created this video remotely and on their phones. And it's on the topic of depression and mental health. So how does it work? So to take you through the journey, we, over the course of running Videos for Change for the last 6 years, there's been many things that we've learnt. And one of the lessons is that for videos to have impact, there are certain steps that you just have to go through to create the best output. So we created a step-by-step journey to follow. And we've created a platform with high quality resources for students and teachers, and all available for free. They take students through the process from identifying an issue that they want to work on to how to use various techniques to craft their message so that the audience cares about it too. And there's all sorts of resources such as information sheets on social issues, handy tips and tricks, and videos to help them do this. And we realized that access to filmmaking equipment, technology, or resources is very variable across the world. So it's designed to be effective, even if all you have is a pen, a piece of paper, and a camera phone. And in fact, some of the most powerful videos have been entirely shot, edited, and shared via phones. And our partners in Brazil have even created a Videos for Change game that can be delivered via WhatsApp, which has been especially effective during the challenges of remote learning during the pandemic. The process of making Videos for Change or Video for Change builds these extremely valuable skills. Students develop creativity by thinking about the unique ways that they want to present their messages and the ways that they want to use the resources that they have available to them. It's also an amazing way to build skills in collaboration. And one of the things that I love most about Videos for Change is that it allows students who may not be natural public speakers to have a voice too. Some people are great organizers, so they become the producers, and others are great at writing or acting or drawing, and others are super fast at editing or brilliant at social media. So it's a great opportunity to learn to work as a team and realize that there are things that we can achieve together better than if we try to do things by ourselves. We also help students to learn how to communicate effectively and to how to create simple, persuasive messages so that they can motivate others to act. And these are skills that are essential in any job that you might have. And then there's the emotional intelligence and empathy that's required to put yourself in someone else's shoes, either those of the audience that you're trying to communicate to or the characters in the story that you're telling. And lastly, when making a video, like any project, There will be roadblocks and challenges, and you'll need to overcome them. So that requires you to be adaptable and resilient. The last step of the Videos for Change journey is sharing your video with others. And in Australia, we've held large film festivals, but schools or camps have also held their own events to show student videos. And this year, we've had many virtual film festivals too. In Brazil, they were held via YouTube, like this event, and these opportunities to share and amplify their voices to a much larger audience is such an important part of the journey. And many parents, teachers, and students have had tears as they've described the impact that these events have had on them. I'd like to end with an example of Videos for Change that was run in India earlier this year as part of a leadership camp that was held virtually. Students were asked what were they most looking forward to, and they talked about the opportunity to learn new skills and to learn how to spread a message to the world. Two of the girls in the group decided to make a video on the subject of sexual harassment and violence, and they focused their message specifically on the act of victim blaming. It's a very timely and important subject, and especially given the recent events in the news. They made their video over the course of a few days, and I'd like to share that video with you now. Now, please be aware that although there are no explicit images, it is quite raw and confronting. And if it's a topic that is triggering for you, you may wish to look away for the next minute.
You took away my worth, my confidence, my own voice, until today.
So you're saying that I can't wear what I want? In my opinion,
it's okay. I'll just wear this sweatshirt with these jeans.
Alia, why don't you wear a dress today?
No, I'm not going through that again. I wore a dress once and it didn't end well, and
So be told what to wear. You think someone who wants to rape will look at what I'm wearing before raping me? No, that's not how it
ended. It was so bad. No one believed me. I would much rather wear proper clothes and end up in court again.
Rape still happens. Whatever you wear, don't blame the victim.
Blame the rapist.
I've seen that video many times, and every time it has a profound effect on me. We'll be adding both of the videos that you've just seen to our global site in the next 2 weeks, and I encourage you to check out some of the other powerful videos there too. So, what are the keys to creating impact? I think the reason these videos are so powerful is because of this raw authenticity. But some of the other keys to success and impact when running this experience is that the projects are driven by the students themselves, which gives them a sense of agency and confidence. 1 minute is also key. Many people have tried other lengths, but for some reason, this seems to be the magic number. It's enough time to tell a story or craft a message, but it also focuses you to be ruthless and trims out anything that's unnecessary, which makes it usually much more powerful and much more shareable. This learning experience is also extremely flexible, and it can be run in so many different contexts, whether it's in school, remotely, in camps, or independently, where students can enter either national or global competitions by themselves or with a group of friends. And it can be run in different subject areas and has been run in diverse cultural contexts across the world. Lastly, when these videos are shared, either through social media or through virtual or in-person events, they have the power to encourage young creators, connect us as humans, and start conversations that I truly believe can create a ripple effect and change the world. I'm now going to turn it over to Mehtad, who will tell you about Videos for Change and how it's growing across the world.
Thank you, Roya, for laying out what Videos for Change is so in such a vivid way and bringing it to life for everyone who's joined us today. I think you can all see that it's a powerful platform. It's also a very powerful learning experience, as Roya was detailing. One of the things that's been wonderful to observe from the point of view of High Resolves is the fact that we have started seeing interest in Videos for Change all around the world. So having started in Australia, you can see we have established a footing in the US and Canada. We have interest in Central America. Brazil has a very large program, as Roy mentioned. We have partnered with Enseña por Mexico, or the Teach for All network partner in Mexico. That's been fantastic. You can see activities going on with Teach for Armenia. In Israel, we've partnered with Pico Kids. And there's other examples in the world. What is encouraging for us is the fact that the experience seems to be universal. The desire for young people to express their voice and participate in these conversations with society is a universal phenomenon. And one of the things that allows the program to work is particularly when our partners join with media companies. So the fact that, for example, Telemundo is able to take the best videos that kids produced in Mexico and put them on air on 3 of their stations for a couple of months gives young people a chance to recognize that they can put a message out that affects a lot of people in society. So on that basis, we think that this is an opportunity that is very important for us to engage on and to grow the platform. And there are a lot of different ways it's growing. High Results continues to grow it in our territories. We have partners that we're working with. We have built a website that is going to be able to be used by lots of different people. So schools, states, organizations can do their own Videos for Change sites and engage people. And we've even had ways of engaging people in camps and schools that want us to deliver. We have remote ways of delivering the Videos for Change learning experience to students. So lots going on. But the most exciting news for us is a global competition, which we're hoping to announce in 2021. And we would love it if a lot of youth, a lot of the youth that you're working with in India submit into the global competition and participate with fellow youth around the world in this new form that's amplifying their voice. So maybe at that point, we might draw the initial comments to a close and engage in some Q&A with you and be able to exchange ideas. So let me stop there and see if any questions have popped up. And Roy, while we're waiting for some of the questions to pop up, let me ask you a question to get things going. You had this idea about 5 years ago and you created Videos for Change. What was the first video that you saw that or that made you think this is going to be something that might work?
Well, it all started with, we used to create all sorts of opportunities for young people to create social change in their communities. And we found increasingly that video was the way that they wanted to engage a wider audience. And there was one particular video that was created that was called I Am Me, which was really talking about identity. And I think it's one of those universal things that really connects with everybody. And it was this beautiful video that just talked about the labels that have been put on people, whether not very nice labels, and how that can be something that you carry around with you. And so the way that these young people had put in the video, they talked about how they wanted to be defined by other labels. And I think that was just an idea, and then it grew from there. I can see a few questions popping up now. So
so there are a few questions about the global competition and also school implementation. So let's start with the global competition. The plan that we have at this point is to launch something hopefully around the timing of April, and it would run through the northern summer months and wrap up in the 3rd week of September, something around that timeline. We would try to have partners that bring the news to as many people as possible. Hopefully the Teach for All network would be one of the groups that will let kids know about it, and students and teachers both. And there'll be various categories and things like that. The theme has not been set yet at this point. But I think maybe we can commit to letting inspirED go out to everyone who has been part of the conference and let them know about the competitions once the details are available. Did you want to add anything to that, Roya, before we turn to school?
Sure. I can see other comments here as well about the age restrictions. Typically, the age group that we've worked with Videos for Change have been sort of middle and high school students. We found that that it is possible to run it with younger students, but they just probably need a little bit more guidance, and their topics, maybe it just may be a simplified process. So typically from around age 12 to 13 to 17 is probably the way that it's usually pitched, but it has been run with younger students as well. So that, just to answer that question, there was a slide at the end, Mehta, that had the website in case you didn't get a chance to jot that down. It's videosforchange.org, where you can see the other videos. There is a whole global showcase there of lots of amazing videos created by people, and they are updated fairly regularly. And as we grow, those things are going to grow more and more. So if you go to www.videosforchange.org, there is also a contact us field that you can contact us if you would like to get any specific information, or if you would like to sign up for the mailing list. You can also just send an email to that address, and we'll make sure that you are on the mailing list to find out when the global competition launches next year.
And Roya, just a couple of questions. Restrictions on topic and age?
Sure, that's a great question on restrictions on topics. So one of the things that, as I mentioned, is a really secret to Videos for Change is that students should pick a topic that they're passionate about. And really, we really ask them to focus on a social issue that they feel passionate about. So it could be anything from bullying to climate change to gender equality to violence, or all sorts of issues. If you go on the website, you'll see lots of different ones, but really it's about a social theme usually. And when we launch the global competition next year, we're hoping to have several themes to encourage people to enter in different categories. So we'll make sure that there's that universal participation across the world and that young people feel engaged.
There was a question around what if you're younger than 12, and we have done the Videos for Change program with younger kids. One of the concerns is, of course, around them being on social media and things like that. So what I think, if you distinguish the Videos for Change experience as a learning tool from the competition and things like that, well, really you could use it for the learning part very easily with younger groups. And we have schools that and camps and other types of things that try to do that. And I think the competition then tries to band students by age group just to have some fairness in it. But as Roy was saying before, really some of the best videos are made with the simplest technology. It's not about access to fancy equipment. There was a question about expansion plans to other countries. And really the way we have been trying to expand Videos for Change is by finding the right partners in different countries. And where we have found the right partner, we have had conversations. And in India, we have had a great set of conversations with Manoj Kumar and the Nandi Foundation, as well as other groups. We've had some early conversations with Teach for India as well. But we'll see where we get to with those in terms of a national Indian competition. We are able to provide the platform to any school that wants it from early in 2021. So from about February or March, if you have groups of schools or organizations that want to have a website and run their own Videos for Change, that will be available. We'll be able to do that. And you can just get in touch with us through the web, and we'll be able to make that happen. Roy, do you want to just talk a little bit? They've asked for how schools implement it. Any examples or suggestions on how schools should think about it?
Absolutely. Great questions. Thank you, everyone. I think just there was another question I saw about how do we have these videos in native languages? The videos can be accessed from the platform, but they're also on YouTube, or they're sort of able to be viewed on YouTube. And so if you turn on the translation, sometimes that shows up. It doesn't always work, but that can sometimes happen. And for the ones, there are certain ones that we've put subtitles, as you can see, in English, but we're hoping to have translatable options in the future, just to answer that question, because it is, and in fact, some of the videos that students have created have been translated into multiple languages because they just have been used by curriculum as curriculum in different parts of the world. So when the people who created those videos see that, it just gives them this incredible sense of impact to know that their video that they made as part of a project at school is being seen by kids and teachers and people all across the world. So how do schools implement this? That's a great question. So as I said, you can go to our website and you can download all the resources. There are teacher PowerPoint presentations if you're a teacher and you want to implement this into your school or educational setting. You can download the PDF documents, and it gives you sheets that you can work on if you want to do that. And an example is that you can just do that independently with the free resources. So as Mehtad said, that's sort of like a general way to be able to do it by yourself. And then when we launch the competition, or if you want to launch your own competition, then that's something that you can do to create a focus. And we've found that if there is a competitive element, then it does help to motivate students, knowing that their videos are going to be shared and knowing that there may be a sense of recognition for the best videos. I know we don't have much time left. Is there anything else that you'd like to add?
Just a couple of minutes left. I think maybe just to add in terms of the website, just to make sure everyone's clear. So obviously the global website that Roya is talking about is available for everybody for free. So if you go to videosforchange.org, you'll see the resources for both teachers and students. They're available for free. All the example videos are there and everything else. If organizations or schools wanted us to set up a website dedicated for them, which also has all that equipment, but allows them to run their own competition, have judging, voting, all that streamlined, that's a separate website. And we have basically created the ability to clone our website so other people can do this and that we can expand the program. So I think maybe with that, we might close out here just to say that we're delighted that you're all having this important conference and talking about it. It's terrific to share ideas from around the world. We do hope that our experience is helpful to you. I think that Roy and I both see the world as being at a very critical point, and that there are choices humanity is going to make around which direction it wants to go. And despite the fact that they don't vote, young people have a very important say in this, both in terms of their own lives and what happens to them, as well as the society around them. And this way of giving agency to young people is a really important part of the transformation work that we need to all do. Thank you so much for the time. We really do appreciate it. And Mansi, I appreciate the chance to be able to work with you on this.
Thank you very much.
everyone, welcome back from the break. We now have a very interesting panel with us. With us we have Initoli Vinithu. She is a part of the research and design team at Simple Education Foundation, where she has been instrumental in designing their student vision toolkit and assessments. Prior to joining SEF, Initoli has worked with the government of Nagaland and also taught for some time. She has a master's in education from University College, London. Welcome to inspirED, Initoli. Please introduce us to your panel as well. Welcome. Over to you.
Thank you, Mansi. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. Today we have with us Romana and Gayatri. Thank you so much, Romana and Gayatri, for joining us today. Romana leads program design and implementation at Kizazi. Part of what Kizazi does is that it supports local education leaders design and implement breakthrough school models appropriate to local needs. They use a lot of evidence-based approach. I've worked with them, and they've just been really instrumental in helping SEF anchor everything on research. All our interventions. Previously, Romana was a director of training and impact for Teach for India, where she led design and delivery of instructional and personal leadership for students, teachers, and programs across 7 cities. Yeah, she's also currently training to be a psychotherapist. We also have Gayatri with us. She has been deeply engaged in education sector for 15 years. Currently, she is director of programs at 321 Education Foundation. She oversees development of teacher training programs, as well as programs targeting numeracy and literacy challenges in budget private schools in India. So thank you so much, Romana, Gayatri, for joining us. I'm excited for today's conversation. I also welcome the viewers. I'm aware that the viewers are a group of teachers, practitioners, people working in education organizations in the country. Very excited to really get to what, why, and how research in schools and education nonprofits in this panel today. Just before we begin, I just wanted to set the tone by telling you all that over the past few days, I had a few conversations and calls with some colleagues and people who work in schools as well as education organizations, right? And I asked them, okay, what is this with regards to our research in schools and education nonprofits today? You know, as we're addressing this topic today, I wanted to know what the purpose of research is to them. And this is what I asked them. And I think a lot of the responses were, yes, it definitely informs practice, but there are these issues of time, this misconception, this idea that it is time consuming and there is a skill that maybe I'm not really confident about. And so hence, let me not call this research. I've done this work. I've found evidence behind an amazing practice, but I don't want to call it research just yet because, I haven't had that experience. There's this idea around research that a lot of people want clarity on. And I think we want that today as we talk about it along the way. Because I think a lot of what we want to do today is that we want to inform our viewers why research is important in our practice in schools as well as education organizations. So with that, I want to start us off by just, as we start this talk, I just wanted to ask both Gayatri and Romana, anyone, if you can take the lead, what constitutes research in school and ed profits? Let's start with that.
Can get us started, Romana. Right? So there are many definitions. You Google and you'll find a lot of interesting definitions, right? But there's a very simple definition that I read once and that has stayed in my head is research is an organized and systematic method of finding answers to questions. Yeah. Now that could be a hypothesis that you have and you want to figure out whether it's true or not. It's a problem that you're grappling with, but the key words are being organized and being systematic. Now, Interly, just sort of segueing into what you started off with. Many of us, what do we think the moment the word research comes to mind, right? For many, many years, for me, it was, okay, large, big research institutions. You don't think anything less than Tata Institute of Social Sciences or so on and so forth, right? Or specialized functions or teams in an organization. You call it as a research department, research and development teams. Or we also talk about formally vetted, peer-evaluated papers that get published in all of these journals that we sort of read. They are all what constitute research. But what also constitutes research, and something that many of us tend to downplay continuously, is a teacher doing something like this in her classroom. Now imagine a teacher has some ideas on reducing noise levels in her class. Now she thinks, if I do these two actions, my hypothesis is it will help. Now one could do something in an unsystematic manner, but there is this teacher who says, okay, action A, she does it for a month. She takes systematic notes, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and the notes could be qualitative, they could be quantitative, a mix of both. She does then action B, tries it out for another month. And after 3 months, studies them and comes to a conclusion as to which action of hers will help deal with noise levels. What she has done is action research. Now, there are many people and many of us in civil society organizations who do this intuitively, or who do this because we must do this because we are trying to figure out how on earth to solve a problem, but we shy away from calling it as research, or we shy away from publishing it. And there are many other parts which we can come to later on. Or we just do it in bits and parts and we are not systematic enough about it. We are not systematic about documenting this, right? And documentation and an organized systematic documentation becomes key. So for me, all of this is what is research. And now I can just say, Romana, you could just sort of take it off from here.
That was great, Gayatri. I have nothing really to add. You used the very same words and a very similar example that I had in mind. And I think it really covers everything. So listening to that, it makes me just reiterate the purpose of the kind of research we're talking about right now is really continuous learning and accelerating learning. No, I think when a teacher does that, and then when 5 teachers do that, and then those 5 teachers share it, every teacher may not have to ask that same question of how do I reduce noise levels. But if I'm asking how do I reduce noise levels, grade 4 is asking how do I settle down after lunch break. Grade 5 is asking how do I keep all my kids engaged when they have 5 different things on their mind. And every teacher is doing what Gayatri said, and they come together and share that. That's just accelerated learning for that school. What each teacher would have taken months to do, now that school is doing collaboratively in half the amount of time. And I think that really underscores the value of action research, the value of combining that individual teachers' research with the school's research, and then going higher and higher to the larger district level research or the larger organization research. So I just thought I'd play that on what Gayatri said to say there's all of those different levels of research, and they all really feed into each other to get us to answer the big questions around education.
Yeah, and just to build on that, imagine, Romani, if now this is one school. Now, if it's published, if thousands and lakhs of schools need not reinvent the same wheel. Yeah, they see that there is evidence to an action. Yeah, and then you choose whether I want to go with it or not. But you don't have to keep regenerating the evidence for the same actions across the lakh schools. And imagine if this were available to teachers, available to institutions, yeah, which is very easy to access, what it might do to the entire teaching learning community. Right?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Romana and Gayatri. I think when you ended with the need to just share that evidence as well, Gayatri. And I think there, like I said earlier, that there's this, while you both encourage the need to just not have such, maybe, for lack of a better word, fear again, towards like needing to have such structured academic, maybe their reference to research was mostly, say, what they experienced in college in one of their research assignments. And hence, the task was, the process was quite a task and quite, it was a little too much for them to be interested in doing that in their daily work right now. Whereas actually, I think what you guys did was you confronted that in saying that, whereas actually in practice, we are engaging in research in our day-to-day engagement with schools and teachers. And what we just need to do is, what we need to do is we need to have like the systematic note-taking. We need to have this basic question. And basic question, like you said, is just how can I reduce noise? And so my question to you is, why do you think when I find this information about my classroom, why do you think teachers should have the, I think my question is more of how do you think they can confront their, okay, let me just put this way. Imagine a teacher, right? I'm coming to you and being like, this is something that a lot of my government primary schools are struggling with, right? And I've done this practice. I want to be able to share it, but I just don't know how. What would you say to that person? She's not sure about how do I do this? How do I write? How do I share? Just that insecurity, for instance, right? A teacher comes to you and shares that with you. How would you respond to them? What would you tell them? Yeah, Rumana, do you want to go and take this?
Sure. I think it's an example that is very close to my experience both at Teach for India as well as at Kizazi now, where our role really, my role in Teach for India as well as here was a few levels away from being in a classroom directly. So the case you presented, Inni, was one that till today comes up often, where I'm not necessarily the one doing that research, but a teacher is saying, hey, I figured this out. It worked for me in my class. Now what do I do with it? I think the first step where we take in our work right now is to say, one, let's understand from our partner, the teacher in this case, what is it that you figured out? Like Gayatri said, it's so intuitive sometimes. I think that first, just sitting down and trying to unpack that, what is that you figured out? Was there a question? Was there a challenge? Was there a goal you were trying to reach? So first, trying to unpack two parts to this is the context. What is the context you're working in? So what was class like? Describe your classroom to me. What do you notice about your children? How old are they? When are their moods in a different way? What are the things they learn? Right? So first, that general context of the classroom that this teacher has worked in or the school that they've worked in, and a slightly broader context. So someone who hasn't been to the school, this teacher, for example, if she shares it with someone in another state, they get a sort of sense and feel of what it was like for this teacher. So that's what I mean by setting the context up. The second, I would say, is really trying to frame up that thing that the teacher is trying to figure out. Was there a question that led her down this inquiry about how do I make this happen? Was there a hypothesis? Like in Gayatri's example, where the teacher had a hypothesis, if I do this, then the noise will come down. Or if I teach math, if I start every math lesson with something concrete in my kids' hands, and then make them go to the worksheets, they'll learn it better. So things really trying to glean out and really help the teacher or the practitioner get specific about what was it that they figured out or they were trying to figure out. And the third would be really helping the practitioner explain or deconstruct all of the different things they tried and all of the different evidences they saw. For a teacher, this is probably something she does this every day, 6 hours a day. She's constantly observing children. She's constantly trying new strategies and everything seems like just this is my day. I do these things. So to really help a teacher say, actually, that you did, that's a strategy. That's a fantastic strategy. And that I haven't seen it happen in that class. So helping teachers and practitioners to realize that what they think are just my day, just how I do things, they're all really valuable nuggets of pedagogy. They're all really valuable nuggets of assessment, of curriculum. And that may not be the jargon we use in a school on a day-to-day basis, but gleaning that out from practitioners, I think is been so essential, because I feel like that's where the magic of the academics and the theory really come into practice, and vice versa.
Right.
You might learn a new strategy from a teacher, which then you go and look for in 10 other classrooms. So I think a lot of the role I would play with that teacher is essentially asking her to step back, helping her to deconstruct, literally just unpack everything that happened, and then make meaning of it. And I think that last stage of making meaning is where I'd probably bring in the documentation if this is the first time. Right? Make meaning of it. Maybe give the teacher a template and say, hey, everything we discussed, why don't you write it down in this format? How does that work for you? Let's play with a template. But really hand-holding that process of deconstruction, specificity, meaning making, and then getting it into some packaged format. It could just be a WhatsApp message, or it could be a complete PowerPoint 30-slider, anything. But walking through the process of unpacking the thinking, I think for me is what enables practitioners to realize how much research they do every single day, and then hopefully create the time to actually systematically document more proactively, more intentionally in the next cycle over.
Yeah. Thanks, Romana. Actually, you know what? That really leads us into our next phase. I think a lot of what you said, you mentioned from a supporter lens, right? You are leading and sort of guiding the practitioner, and I think it leads me to my next scenario where I think at SEF, for instance, a lot of what we do, of course, is in partnership with our government primary schools, and we're working with them on a day-to-day basis. Whatever we create may be wonderful, but if it's not contextual or if it's not relevant to our kids and our teachers, then there is a miss. And so I think it was what started being what started as being super effective in the way that we started doing our research in the process of creating curriculum or assessments has been a close collaboration with our practitioners on ground, because they know what's happening on ground. They know their children, they know their context. And I think that's been super helpful for us, but it was also enabled by this culture of inquiry and evidence that was set in the organization. So while we were talking about a lot around the school context right now, Gayatri, can you just give us an insight on what do you think are structures that organizations or schools can set in place to enable this partnership where practitioners and people like us who are working in organizations wanting to improve the quality of learning for kids, experience as a teacher, what do you think what structures should be in place?
Sure, Antuli. I'll just sort of take gleanings from what we actually did, and I will just try to sort of summarize them as parts of structures. Now, they are not Einsteinian, but then they were very, very effective, right? We first did just to give a context here, because structure is always towards a certain purpose. If the purpose changes, then you have to put together a new structure, right? So in our case, the purpose was we had tested out some programs for early grade children in numeracy and literacy in 4 schools. It had worked fantastically well for us. And we had decided to scale to close to 100 schools. Now, going from 4 to 100 is a huge jump, right? It was preparation for 100. We landed up working with 80 odd schools. So the question here was, what do you do? What structures do you put in place here? Because if you do not have them in place, your decision making, every manager on the field, every trainer on the field is taking decisions day in and day out. Cannot wait for information to be able to answer a teacher's question there and then. If the teacher asks a question, the person cannot say, okay, let me talk to our research and development team and I'll come back to you. The person needs the answers now. So if that was the context, so what we have been doing with many programs in 3-1 is we have monitoring and evaluation as a core part of our programmatic thinking. Now, irrespective of whether we roll out a program in 2 schools or 200 schools, putting in systems and structures in place for monitoring and evaluation is core to it. Now, I'll tell you how it plays out. So if it's core to it, if it's never an afterthought. So while figuring out how should a child learn math, how should a child learn English, you're also saying, okay, what data points do we need to collect? How often do we need to collect? What are the sources through which we collect them? And then how often do we analyze them? And what do we glean out of it? And what on earth do we do with them? Right? So that's very much a part of the programmatic thinking itself. So therefore, monitoring and evaluation becomes the first, one of the first edifices of this structure. Then the second part is we need to have disciplined, scheduled data analysis sessions, right? Otherwise, somebody's collecting data and showing some graphs that look very beautiful, but the person on the field is doing what he or she feels like. So they do not come together. So all the work that has gone in is not leading to day-to-day decision making, and therefore not, if it doesn't inform decision making, smarter decisions may not happen as quickly as you want, right? So then what we did was we said, okay, once in 2 weeks, teams would get together and look at the data that has come out on student learning. We would look at, okay, this is what the data is telling us. We would look at data and we would look at qualitative inputs that would have come in from the field and try to put the two together and make sense of it. It was very important for us to be very, very disciplined about getting together. This wasn't a session that was just where 2 people would speak. It was everybody trying to interpret in their own ways. This is what I think this data is telling me. That's what this information is telling me, right? And towards the end of the session, have a clear decision on the next steps that you want to take basis this gleaning. It's only then that your monitoring and evaluation will be considered valuable by the team members. Otherwise, it is something published somewhere. So that was the second thing that we put in as a structure, right? Then the third thing is publish a report. Even if it is internal, even if it's a 3-member team, publish a report. It could be 4 bullet points, it could be 4 pages. The moment you're publishing something, what you're doing is you're forcing yourself to really, really drill down on the most key takeaways from what has happened on the field. So what did the teachers do? What did the children do? What learnings have happened? And so on and so forth, right? So that's the third part. And continue to use all of this data that you're gleaning from the field to inform your biggest decisions in the org. So if you do that, so imagine if you have meetings, you always bring data, bring qualitative inputs, all of them together, and then take a decision. It just sets that culture in motion, right? So the 4, just to very quickly recap, monitoring and evaluation to be a core part of the programmatic thinking, have structured meetings where you look at data, publish the reports, and continue to use all of this for your day-to-day decision making. So these were the structures that worked for us. So that's what I would share. I will just give an example. It's never hunky-dory, right? So let me give the good news. When we looked at, we had data for around 1,500 children learning phonics, right? And we saw most of the children, 70% or 80% of the children struggling with just 2 letters of the alphabet till the end of the year. The letters of the alphabets were A and E, right? Now, what we have learned is, so if 70% of a large number of children tested continue to struggle, it informs the program team that can we do something at a program level? In the first year of implementation, we did put band-aids to be able to address the problem. But now we have this data from the field, and in year 2, what we would be doing is sort of doing something at a structural level to be able to ensure that children are able to show better learning outcomes in these. So that's a positive thing, right? And then I was talking to Romana the other day about this. We all understand the importance of place value in maths when we teach early numeracy to children. We spent a lot of time getting children to master it. But when we looked at data, what we saw was a child may or may not have mastered place value concepts, but a child can still go ahead and ace mathematical operations like addition and subtraction. So there's a lot of evidence that says place value concepts are extremely important, but we are seeing that for the most important mastery goals that we had, children are able to do it without it as well. So what do we do? What decisions do we take? Now, this is not an easy answer. As an org, we are still trying to figure that out. But just as an example of just because we were structured, because we got all of the data in time and in place, and because we have those, we have some of these are the evidences. This is telling you, this is not somebody's feeling. There are 2,000 children behaving in a certain way. There are 4,000 children doing something in a different way. It informs our decision going forward. So those structures came in very, very useful for us in today.
Thanks, Gayatri. Is there anything you would like to add, Romana? I think a lot of what Gayatri brought out was structure as well as a culture, right? Discipline. When you mentioned the discipline, that is, it's a reflection of culture as well. So, Romana, would you like to add more on what structures you would?
On culture, I think as Gayatri was talking, the way she spoke about when we saw the data, there was no mastery of A and E. We didn't hear Gayatri say anything about failure. And I think that's so integral to a culture of research. Data is data, it's objective. Mirror to you of what's played out. And at times that also adds to the anxiety of sharing research, because we tend to want to see research around what's worked. So which objectives did get mastery? What are the resources that led to that? But actually so much learning comes from understanding, hey, something went wrong. Something didn't add up. What happened there? And I think that's also a big part of culture, just a culture that allows for inquiry and investigation. It really is a culture of curiosity. It's not a culture of what's right and wrong. It's not a culture of let's only celebrate let's only celebrate what's gone well. Yes, let's celebrate, but let's celebrate how much we're learning. And we're learning from what works, and we're learning from what we need to rethink, what we need to redo, what we realize didn't work. So that culture of, I don't know what you'd call it, but I really think it's a culture that embraces failure, that's about curiosity, that's about inquiry. It's less binary. It's more holistic.
Yeah, thanks, Romana. I think as you're talking about that, a question just came in by a viewer who said that, well, if your hypothesis is not working, and there are so many other factors that get into play, I think that gets in the way of a research where you just give hope halfway and you're just like, oh, it's not working maybe, or it's gone all over the place. What would your response be to this person?
I'd be very curious to know what's not working about it. Let's understand, where did this hypothesis not work, and maybe let's try it somewhere else. I think as organizations get bigger, as you start playing in multiple places, you can also start picking up something that worked in place A and try it out in place B, and it may not work. It may. And I think that, especially I think in the work that we do in education, where there's so much uniqueness. Every child is different. Every classroom is different. There's a lot of value in trying to understand why is it not working here? And I would add the here and the now. It's not working here and now. Why? What made it different there? So I think that itself is a research question. If your hypothesis is not working, let's understand why. And then obviously come back and reframe it, and you continue it in that cycle.
Yeah. Thanks. I think we have 5 more minutes, and I think it would just be nice to close with, we've talked about structures that need to be in place. I think, Gayatri, you've given us a very good list of what we need to have in the organization to be able to enable a culture of, enable structure, as well as, Romana, you mentioned a culture of learning and growing. I think what I would want to leave this session with is, what should an organization or a school who have not engaged in research yet, what should they do, or what should they start with in their journey of being a more evidence-backed school, or organization for that matter. Anyone go ahead.
Gayatri, please.
Sure, I can get us started. Everything that we spoke about in today. First is when you say you want to be evidence-based, so a lot of us can be evidence-based, which means there is evidence and therefore we choose to roll out a program, whether it's in the field of health or education or whatever. And we can also generate evidence, because that's what would help many others to further build on what you have done. It's an orientation, it's a way of thinking. So if you want to be research focused, or what you say, you want to really bring evidence into your actions, it's a great place to start off with would be to have clear structures and systems. They just help you get started. You do not lose your way. Apportioning dedicated time that we spoke about. And there's only one point that I'll say: do not come under pressure of trying to prove anything to the world. You're trying to prove something to yourself first. As a team, as an individual, you're saying, okay, I'm trying this. Let me see whether it works or not. Now, I have seen many other people try, and that's what people tell, right? And I just want to be very, very sure. So that's where you generate evidence to be very, very sure. Once you have done, you can move on to another problem. Otherwise, we'll keep grappling with the same problem. But the key thing is, as a young organization, do not try to prove yourself to the entire world or think that I have to publish a very fancy paper. If you've proven it to yourself, and many of those mini steps that you take for your organization, you work for 2 years and you'll realize the amount of beautiful evidence-based hypothesis or great information that you might be sitting on that you can choose to share with the world as it works for you.
It's lovely. What Gayatri said when she started, there's evidence, there's an evidence base, and then there's creating evidence. That itself, I think, are 2 great entry points. So I would say with whatever you're doing presently, make it something that's present and current. So pick up something that's either a program that's already running, or if you're about to start, then great. But otherwise, just whatever is going on right now. Maybe it's the next lesson you're going to teach. Maybe it's the program that you're going to go see, a workshop you're going to run. So I'd pick up something present. I'd pick one unit to start with. So if you're already a big established organization, it doesn't have to be everyone starting to be research driven at the same time. Pick a small group that you can begin to figure out your process with. So all of the structures that Gayatri's mentioned, maybe just pick a small team of 3 or 4 who are already excited about it, who want to try it out first, and really figure out the process that's going to work for your team. And going back to what she said, I would say bring in both of those when you're figuring out your research. I think that blend of what's the evidence base that already exists. So if I'm trying to figure out social emotional learning, there's lots of research that exists. So let me bring in some of that. And at the same time, let me do my own sort of testing and my own experimentation to figure out something here. So that I think would help also keep both these parts of research alive in your day-to-day practice, the building off of what already exists and the generating new. I think they need to go together. And then I would just say have fun with it, like really have fun with asking questions, gleaning data, gathering different kinds of evidence, be playful about where evidence comes from observation, from conversation, from actual assessment. So really have fun with it. So research doesn't seem like this daunting academic task, but it's part of my day-to-day. It's the way I think it. And the orientation, I believe, will get built when it's something that we lower the stakes around as well.
Thank you so much, Ramana and Gayatri. I think what I'm taking away from this is just, I feel like there is structures, yes, but also this huge importance and emphasis on our culture, where we are not just having a positive mindset, where we're seeing growth more than failures, and rather those failures become another question to get into, and all for the purpose of giving our children quality learning and effective learning, right? Another thing that I'm also taking away from here is that I think just being okay about what we have. There are no one's going to say that this skill that you have of making notes and expressing is wrong. Sharing it is wrong, right? But just being okay about having a brief report, sharing it to people, and who knows, there are going to be people out there who's going to find it so effective. They're not going to look at, which citation did you have and how many authors you looked at, but actually what the problem was and what the solution was, what the finding was, right? So thank you so much for this conversation, Romana and Gayatri. I hope the viewers found this effective, and it's going to lead organizations to begin their journey on being research-based in all their works and interventions.
Hello everyone. Welcome to the mental well-being session today on inspirED 2020. We're going to be talking about a wonderful topic today, which is what's up with me now. Myself, Vishal Sharma, and I am the founder of Smiles and Life Foundation. I've also been a Teach for India fellow. So today the session is going to be very crisp about a specific technique to take care of our well-being, which we all have realized how important it is these days, especially in the pandemic, how we have figured that well-being first has become the priority for everybody. So let's just get started. The idea behind well-being and why it should be part of the education, the future of education, is that this is something that really comes in the foundation of everything. If you're not mentally happy and healthy, we cannot even learn, we cannot even teach. So I strongly believe, and along with the theme of today, which is Dream Together, I would love you guys to come together and dream together how the well-being, the mental well-being can be integrated into our education. And for that, we have a couple of people. I've invited some teachers, some students, and some parents. So I would like to just one by one have people come in and introduce themselves with their name, what they are doing, and where they're calling from. So let's start with the student we have.
Hello everyone, I'm Pranjal. I'm from New Delhi and I'm a student.
So welcome aboard. And next we have Raquel from Barcelona.
Hello everyone, good morning here. My name is Raquel and I'm from Barcelona, Spain. And I am a teacher and I am a mother. So I've got lots of stress that I have to try to keep me calm. And that's why I would like to see your new recommendations, Michelle.
Wonderful. You will love it. Thank you.
Hi, hello everyone. I'm Nikita Modi. I'm from Gandhidham. It's a very small town. I'm an educator here. I teach social science.
Rashmi. Rashmi, please introduce yourself.
Hello everyone, good evening. This is Rashmi from Mumbai and I am a teacher. I take social studies and today I'm here to learn some new techniques from Vishal sir.
Okay, so thank you everybody for the introductions. I'll have you guys get me into this mood where we experience this together, and along with the people who are watching us live on YouTube and Facebook. Let's just go ahead and dream together. We're all the people together. Let's just dream how the future should look like, where well-being is part of it. And it's being taught right from the childhood into the schools. It's there for the students, it's there for the children and for the teachers. So what I dream is, if you look at the picture I'm sharing here, from any type of well-being that we get into, our things get disrupted, whether it's learning or teaching or working at home or at work. From that, we want to be fully engaged, where our mind is totally healthy and it's enjoying what we have in hand. For that, our foundation that I founded is, our motto is bringing smiles in everyone's life. And I think the dream together, the theme for today, is really going well. Let's take a minute to close our eyes and dream together a world where all the students are really enjoying their studies because their mind is healthy. All the teachers are loving how they're teaching, and their personal life as well as the professional life is well taken care of by knowing how to deal with situations, especially the ones that we have right now, or even in general. Okay, so let's get started with what I'm going to share with you. Before that, the few main causes that I believe are for mental well-being, and I've categorized them into 3 categories. I know you guys would be able to relate to it. Some of the issues that cause us mental ill-being are when things are not happening as we desire. I call this a desire management issue, DM. Sometimes the tasks are not happening as planned or on time. So I call that as a task management issue. And finally, sometimes it's just that we start blaming the system or the people for something going wrong. And then I call that as a blame game or a personal management issue. So all these things are causes, and maybe beyond that. But we have a very good tool where we can come out of this mode very easily. And it's called What's Up With Me Now. I know everybody, or at least most of us, use WhatsApp these days for messaging, for getting to know what is happening at the other person's end. But this is an app that doesn't need a smartphone. So it's not one of those health apps that have become very trendy today. This is something that will come out of your heart. It will get downloaded into your heart, and you can practice it very easily. And I'll show you how. So this comes from your heart store. So it's the whole idea is listening to the heart, listening to the body, listening to the mind. And how do we do that? When do we do that? Every time when we get up in the morning, we can just check our messages. Normally we check WhatsApp on the phone, but we should be doing this with our heart, with our body. And then any other time when we see a notification, usually we recommend, so turn off your notifications. But here, I would love you guys to keep your notification open so that you are aware of what is happening and need to go and check back with you. So these are like irregular breathing, or sometimes heart rate goes out of control, or just sometimes you skip it, or maybe some pain in the body. So whenever you get these notifications, make sure you tune in into this app, turn on and start reading. So what I would like you guys to just at this moment practice with me. Are you guys ready? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready. All those guys watching us on Facebook also and YouTube. So let's do this together. So the idea is WhatsApp is checking about others, our friends and family. There's no problem with that. But what's up with me now? Hello, everyone. Welcome to the mental well-being session today on inspirED 2020. We're going to be talking about a wonderful topic today, which is what's up with me now. Myself, Vishal Sharma, and I am the founder of Smiles and Life Foundation. I've also been a Teach for India Fellow. So today the session is going to be very crisp about a specific technique to take care of our well-being, which we all have realized how important it is these days, especially in the pandemic, how we have figured that well-being first has become the priority for everybody. So let's just get started. The idea behind well-being and why it should be part of the education, the future of education, is that this is something that really comes in the foundation of everything. If you're not mentally happy and healthy, we cannot even learn, we cannot even teach. So I strongly believe, and along with the theme of today, which is Dream Together, I would love you guys to come together and dream together how the well-being, the mental well-being can be integrated into our education. And for that, we have a couple of people. I've invited some teachers, some students, and some parents. So I would like to just one by one have people come in and introduce themselves with their name, what they are doing, and where they're calling from. So let's start with the student we have.
Hello everyone, I'm Pranjal. I'm from New Delhi and I'm a student.
So welcome aboard. And next we have Raquel from Barcelona.
Hello, everyone. Good morning here. My name is Raquel, and I'm from Barcelona, Spain. And I am a teacher, and I am a mother. So I've got lots of stress that I have to try to keep me calm. And that's why I would like to see your new recommendations, Michelle.
Wonderful. You will love it. Thank you.
Hi, hello everyone. I'm Nikita Modi. I'm from Gandhidham. It's a very small town. I'm an educator here. I teach social science.
Rashmi. Rashmi, please introduce yourself.
Hello everyone, good evening. This is Rashmi from Mumbai and I am a teacher. I take social studies and today I'm here to learn some new techniques from Vishal sir.
Okay, so thank you everybody for the introductions. I'll have you guys get me into this mood where we experience this together. And along with the people who are watching us live on YouTube and Facebook, let's just go ahead and dream together. We're all the people together. Let's just dream how the future should look like, where well-being is part of it. And it's being taught right from the childhood into the schools. It's there for the students. It's there for the children and for the teachers. So what I dream is, if you look at the picture I'm sharing here, from any type of well-being that we get into, our things get disrupted, whether it's learning or teaching or working at home or at work. From that, we want to be fully engaged, where our mind is totally healthy and it's enjoying what we have in hand. So for that, our foundation that I founded is, our motto is bringing smiles in everyone's life. And I think the dream together, the theme for today, is really going well. Let's take a minute to close our eyes and dream together a world where all the students are really enjoying their studies because their mind is healthy. All the teachers are loving how they're teaching, and their personal life as well as the professional life is well taken care of by knowing how to deal with situations, especially the ones that we have right now, or even in general. Okay, so let's get started with what I'm going to share with you. Before that, the few main causes that I believe are for mental well-being, and I've categorized them into three categories. I know you guys would be able to relate to it. Some of the issues that cause us mental ill-being are when things are not happening as we desire. I call this a desire management issue, DM. Sometimes the tasks are not happening as planned or on time. So I call that as a task management issue. And finally, sometimes it's just that we start blaming the system or the people for something going wrong. And then I call that as a blame game or a personal management issue. So all these things are causes, and maybe beyond that. But we have a very good tool where we can come out of this mode very easily. And it's called What's Up With Me Now. I know everybody, or at least most of us, use WhatsApp these days for messaging, for getting to know what is happening at the other person's end. But this is an app that doesn't need a smartphone. So it's not one of those health apps that have become very trendy today. This is something that will come out of your heart. It will get downloaded into your heart, and you can practice it very easily. And I'll show you how. So this comes from your heart store. So it's the whole idea is listening to the heart, listening to the body, listening to the mind. And how do we do that? When do we do that? Every time when we get up in the morning, we can just check our messages. Normally we check WhatsApp on the phone, but we should be doing this with our heart, with our body. And then any other time when we see a notification, usually we recommend to turn off your notifications. But here, I would love you guys to keep your notification open so that you are aware of what is happening and need to go and check back with you. So these are like irregular breathing, or sometimes heart rate goes out of control, or just sometimes you skip it, or maybe some pain in the body. So whenever you get these notifications, make sure you tune in into this app, turn on and start reading. So what I would like you guys to just at this moment practice with me. Are you guys ready? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready. All those guys watching us on Facebook also and YouTube. So let's do this together. So the idea is WhatsApp is checking about others, our friends and family. There's no problem with that. But what's up with me now? At this moment, only I can check. So let's close our eyes and follow our breath. If you can sit comfortably and start following the breath as it's going in. And say to ourselves as it goes in that I'm aware, I'm breathing in. And as it comes out, I'm aware it's coming out. So this is how we get started. You just stop for a second and open this app in your heart. And then first read the good messages. Normally these days we don't look at the good morning messages, or we know, okay, this is all good. We look for the messages which are urgent or not very, but in this app, you look at the good messages first. For example, what is working fine with me? So there's so many things you can think about it. Even if you got a notification, you have a pain somewhere or your heart is beating fast, still the first thing you do in this app is look for all the healthy signs. Yeah, I had a good lunch. Yeah, I have a family to take care of me, or I have to take care of, have wonderful kids, or whatever you can think of. I don't have a toothache, I don't have a headache. So let's just celebrate our blessings. So this is what we normally do. You can keep your eyes open or closed, but the idea is let's celebrate first. All the messages are inside your heart. So after we read the good messages, now let's go to the not so good messages that normally we thought are going to be a little bit unpleasant. So you can either continue the way where you're comfortable sitting or even lying down, but do ask yourself with the next deep breath. Let's take a deep breath and breathe out slowly. And the first question that we ask now ourselves is, what's up with my body now? Am I tired? Is there some discomfort? Is there pain? It doesn't have to be all of these. And then with the next deep breath, let's take a deep breath in and ask ourselves, what's up with my mind now? Is it wandering somewhere? Some unpleasant thoughts are coming time and again. And finally, let's check with our heart. So we are opening messages from each of these body parts and heart and mind. So what's up with my heart now? Breathing in. Is it sad? Is it angry? It's frustrated? Whatever it is. So let's just acknowledge that. So the first step is acknowledging, yes, this is the message from the heart. This is a message from the head. And it's something that is there. And then with the next breath, breathing in, can I accept this? So if I'm accepting as it is, there's no issue. But sometimes we believe that the system is to be blamed, others are to be blamed. So let's see if I can find somebody who I think is responsible for this. Can I forgive that person? Breathing in, forgiveness. Breathing out, acceptance. And I also forgive myself. Can I forgive myself for ending up into this? For whatever reason, but I am not to blame myself. I don't have the guilt. I shouldn't have the guilt. Breathing in, forgiving myself. Breathing out, smiling. Now, once we figured out we have an issue, and then let's see how we can come out of this into our well-being state. So talk to your heart, put your hands on your heart, see what does it take to come out of this. Maybe I just need to sleep. Maybe I just need to stretch a little bit. Maybe I just take a break from what I was doing, redo, replan. Let it come from the heart. Breathing in, coming back, breathing out, smile. And finally, go even deeper. This is something I should do right now. Maybe it's a walk in the nature. Maybe draw something out. Writing, journaling, singing, even dancing. Which was not the plan, but maybe that will bring me back to my natural state. Okay. So you can slowly open your eyes. I had to do it a little faster, I know. But the idea was the message you should get, the most important WhatsApp messages that we must read are coming from me, my body, my brain, and my heart. So I would love you guys to share any experiences that you had. But maybe last this 10 minutes was not enough. So ideally we should have had more than that. But whenever you get into this notifications are when you are getting some kind of a faster breathing or a heartbeat or a pain. So just go back to this routine. So I quickly share what I recap what I shared with you. So what we did was we started reading the good messages, and then my messages from the body, mind, and heart. We acknowledged it, and then we accepted it, or we forgave people and ourselves if it was in the way. And then we said, how could we come back to it? We learned the ideas from the heart, and we took a break to go even deeper. So the most important message was it's coming from me. So thank you. If you have any questions or any comments, feel free to share that on the chat box or in your comments. And you can get more information on my website, or we can discuss more about your experiences. You can share that on hashtag Smiles in Life. And of course, inspirED 2020. Any questions?
Yeah, you're right that I have guilt. Always I have guilt. Like I can't manage time. I'm very bad at managing time. So by practicing this, I can think like I can figure out this situation now.
So thank you so much, everybody, and I really appreciate for coming in and listening to this session. I hope this becomes our part of our classrooms, part of our daily lives, where we check within ourselves of what's up with me now, and it's going to make a huge difference in how the overall mental well-being of the whole community, our society pans out, and we can address any situation in the future. Thank you so much for joining in. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Over here today we have Ahilya Devi Holkar students from Pune, and it's a PMC school, government PMC school, and I am doing my third year of fellowship with Teach for India. I am a transformational teaching fellow. I have worked with iTeach for a year, and I was a part of Teach for India as well. So today we have our students from joining from Ahilya Devi Holkar School, Pune. Let's start. We will be starting the science class today on acceleration. Hello, students. How are you doing? Okay, I'll just share my screen. Can you see my screen? Thank you, Sharmila, for giving me the heads up. Okay. Students, quickly, can I request all of you to tell me how are you feeling today? Which color is your heart today? Can you quickly write down your feeling depending upon the color of the heart? Okay. Can anyone come on off mute and express their feeling? Can I request Om to come off mute and express how is he feeling right now?
Yeah, Didi. So I am feeling like rainbow because if I see sometimes rainbow, so I feel very, I feel every emotions like because we have every color spotted in rainbow. So like I feel confident, I feel nervous, I feel happy, I feel bad, everything.
Thank you for sharing, Om. It's a great thought. Can I have Alfia to share for me? How is she feeling?
Excited for today's class.
We're very excited for today's class. Thank you, Alfia, for sharing. I'll move forward with this. Can quickly Kartika or Sharmila read out the norms for the class?
First norm, be physically and mentally present in class. Second norm, raise hand if any doubts, any clarifications needed. Third norm, respect each other. Fourth norm, effective use of chat box. Fifth norm, take notes when necessary. Thank you so much, Sharmila, for doing that for me. I think we already know these norms, so I'll quickly move forward with the class. Okay, can Amir or Rishi quickly come off mute and tell me what did we learn in the previous class? Quickly.
Yes. Okay. In the previous class, we have learned velocity and the difference between speed and velocity.
Okay, thank you, Amir, for sharing this. Can Om quickly tell me what is the difference between speed and velocity, or Rishi? Whosoever can go first. Okay, I'll wait for a minute. Yes. Yes, Rishi. Thank you.
Speed has doesn't direction, but velocity has direction.
Thank you so much, Rishi, for sharing. It was great hearing from you. Can Ganesh or Kartika come on mute and read out the definition which we learned in the previous class quickly?
Distance traveled by a body in the specific direction in unit time.
What is it called as? The speed plus direction is called as what? Ganesh?
Velocity, Didi.
Thank you so much, Ganesh. Okay, can we quickly write down today's objective in our copies? Today we will be able to understand the concept of acceleration. Can Ravindra or Shiva come off mute and quickly read the objective for everyone?
Objective. Students will be able to explain the concept of acceleration.
Thank you so much, Shiva. Can we quickly write down on the count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. Can you give me a thumbs up if you have written in your copies? Okay, I can see a lot of thumbs ups. Thank you so much. Okay, so today to learn about acceleration, tell me something. Have you seen these figures somewhere? Yes, Ayan. Do you want to tell me where have you seen these?
Didi, I can't write objective.
Oh, you were not able to write? No problem. You can actually take notes from your friend. Okay. At the bike, Ganesh is saying at the bike he has seen. Okay. Can anybody else come off mute and tell me where have you seen these figures? Yes, Anjali, go ahead.
I had seen in bikes, car, like I had seen on that.
Perfect, Anjali. Thank you for responding. Yes, go ahead. Okay, Anjali, can you tell me one more thing? Over here, what is the difference between two?
Didi, I can see that in the left one, I can see the 80 kilometer per hour. It is written, and in aside, I had seen the 89, but I am so confused about what is it. But I think so that it is the how our speed is there, speed.
Perfect. It shows us the speed, it shows us the velocity if the direction is not changing, if the direction is constant. What if I am driving, okay, and my speedometer, it is called a speedometer. What if my speedometer is showing 80 kilometer per hour when I'm driving at 5 o'clock, okay? And after half an hour, I can see that my speedometer is showing 89. That is my speed or velocity if the direction is not changing. What are you able to understand over here, Ganesh? Can you tell me what are you able to understand? What is happening over here?
The speed is
increasing. Thank you so much, Ganesh, for responding. The speed is increasing, or we can say the velocity is increasing. We are increasing the velocity. Can I say that velocity is changing as well? Can you give me a thumbs up if you are able to understand, okay, Didi, if the speed is increasing, then the velocity is changing because there is a change in velocity. Thank you so much. I can see a lot of thumbs ups. We'll move forward. Okay, what I'll do is we will watch this we will understand what do you mean by acceleration by small stimulation. Okay. So here are two robots. Okay. One's name is Arvind and other's name is Ruthi. Okay, these are two robots who are running. Okay, who are racing to reach the elevator first. Elevator means lift. Okay, now let's see who reaches the elevator, the lift first. Okay, let's observe this. Okay, can anybody tell me who reaches the elevator first?
The blue robot.
The blue robot, thank you so much. Why do you think he is reaching the elevator first? Why not the red robot? Okay, can Kartika reply? Can I ask Kartika to reply? Why do you think so? Amir says his speed is increasing. Can I say Amir his velocity is increasing because it was in the straight path and there was no direction change? It means his velocity is speeding up. Can we say that? Or change in velocity? Thank you so much, Ganesh, for replying. Yes, Kartika is saying same. Okay. Let's do this with the graphs. Okay, let's see how will the graph look like. Okay, there are two robots who are running. Okay, now let's see. What I've done is now the red robot, the orange robot, I have actually increased his speed. I have actually increased his velocity. Now look at the graph. Let's look at the graph that how are we able to understand who will reach the elevator first. Okay, let's see this. What I'll do is I'll again play it so that you are able to understand and observe properly. Okay, now can I ask you, can any one of you come off mute and tell me what did you observe? Can Amir come off mute? Okay, Kartika is saying in the first diagram that the velocity is decreasing. Okay, Ganesh is saying the red robot will win the race. Can Amir tell me if he is okay, or he can type it in the chat box? Okay, anyone else wants to go ahead? Okay, can I ask Shiva?
What, Didi?
What do you think? What is the difference between both of them? What is happening over here?
Velocity changing according to time.
Velocity is changing according to time. Thank you so much, Shiva. Can I ask anybody why is the graph showing like this? What is this region? In this region, what is happening? Why is the other region, different from this region? Yes, Anjali, you're raising hand. Go ahead.
I am thinking that when its origin was zero, its speed was zero, that its increasing, increasing, and its speed was
Perfect. So you are able to understand that he is starting from zero, and over here you can see the velocity is increasing. Thank you so much, Anjali. Can you tell me what is happening over this region? Velocity is constant. Ganesh is saying the velocity is not changing with time. Perfect. That sounds good. What about this region? What about the last region? What about the last region? Okay, Amir is saying, Amir is typing in the chat box that the velocity is decreasing over here.
So can I say that over this point, can I say, I'll just change the color. Can I say over this point and this point, there is change in velocity? Can I say that? And because of which, what is happening? He is actually increasing the velocity. Then he is maintaining the velocity for some period of time, and then he is again decreasing the velocity. Perfect. Hold on to that thought. Hold on to that thought. Let's start. I'll just give me a minute. Okay, then we'll come back. And now, can you draw a tick mark over the point you think is correct according to the graph? What do you think the graph is showing? Can you tick mark on the graph? Okay, Sharmila is saying the velocity is constant. Then Kartika is saying the velocity is increasing. Okay, we have velocity constant. We have some of you are saying velocity is increasing. Okay. We have Amit saying that velocity is increasing. We have Shiva saying velocity is increasing. And we have a lot of people. Okay, now there is debate going on that some things that velocity is constant and something that velocity is increasing. Can anyone who is saying velocity is increasing come off mute and tell me why do you think the velocity is increasing? Can Kartika do that? Yes, Kartika raising hand. I can see that. Go ahead. I can't hear you, Kartika. I think we can't hear you, Kartika. Okay. Right now we can hear you. Yes, you can. Yes, you are audible. Yes.
In diagram we can see that time is increasing or
time is increasing with what about the velocity? Velocity is increasing or decreasing or it is constant? Still confused?
Yeah.
No problem. It's okay. It's okay to be confused. Om, do you want to take a try?
Yeah, Didi. Didi,
Yes.
I am from velocity is increasing side because according to the graph, I can see that the timeline is going up, right? And velocity's line is vertical. So according to that, this is velocity is increasing like this. So I can tell that velocity is increasing.
Perfect. If I label them, can we see when the time is increasing, then our velocity is also increasing? Perfect. Can we see that? So what is the answer to this thing? That the velocity is increasing. Let's study another graph. Okay. I hope over here you will be able to understand. Can you tell me what is happening over here? It's very easy. Come on. Okay, I can see people are writing that velocity is constant. Sharmila is saying velocity is constant. Again, Om is saying velocity is constant. Perfect. Shiva is saying velocity is. Every one of you are saying the velocity is constant. Now we know how to read the graph. That sounds good. Let's move on to the last question. Okay. I will just clear all the drawings. And then last, what do you think in this graph? What is happening? Velocity is decreasing, increasing, or it is constant? A lot of you are saying that velocity is decreasing. Can any one of you tell me why do you think the velocity is decreasing? Ganesh, do you want to take a try? Okay, over here, if it is 3, it's starting from this point, it is not starting from origin, and because of which we can see over here, it is decreasing. With time, the velocity is decreasing. Perfect. I think we are all agreeing to this. Let's proceed.
So, according to the definition, today we are learning about change in velocity. Okay. So, the change in velocity with respect to time, whatever we did was to learn about acceleration. So, acceleration means change in velocity with respect to time. When there is change in velocity, when the velocity is changing, there is also the another factor, that is time is also changing. That is called as acceleration. Okay. Now, with the stimulation, we did the graph, we did everything. Now, I have two prediction. According to me, I think मुझे ये समझ में आया है. I think I know this. Prediction and observation. I have written down two prediction and observation depending upon whatever I have learned. Okay. One prediction says increase in velocity is called as acceleration. Other prediction says when there is change in velocity, then it is called acceleration. What do you think? Which prediction and observation do you think is correct according to you? Quickly, okay, a lot of you have understood that if there is change in velocity, then it is called as acceleration. It can be increase in velocity or it can be decrease in velocity. That sounds great. Anjali is raising hand. Do you have a doubt, Anjali?
No, Didi, I want to tell why I had choose that.
Go ahead, Anjali.
Okay, can you clear the it because I want to read also.
Perfect. Yeah.
In that when there is a change in velocity, it is called acceleration. So I think that we can only see in velocity. So what is meant by velocity? Velocity means the speeding up or speeding down, or the direction is changing. So in the first prediction, we have seen that increase in velocity is only not increasing. Only the velocity is not always increasing. That we can't. It is not acceleration, right? It is acceleration, but the second one is right. When there is a change in velocity, like in that meaning of it is like it is speeding up also and speeding down also. So it is the answer for you.
Anjali, thank you so much for this detailed concept. I think this is the this is the slide I wanted to understand, that if I am accelerating because I'm speeding up, I am accelerating because I'm slowing down. If I'm changing the velocity, increasing the velocity, acceleration, decreasing the velocity, acceleration. Yes, it is called as negative acceleration, but the acceleration is happening. And last is, as you told Anjali, that I am accelerating because my direction is also changing. Can quickly someone tell me, why do you think if there is change in direction, then also you are accelerating? Did they are changing the direction? Why I am accelerating? Om, yes, go ahead.
So, Didi, can you hear me? I am audible?
Yes, yes.
So, according to the velocities description or velocities meaning, we know that speed plus direction is velocity. So, if speed changes, the velocity changes. If direction changes, velocity changes. And if we change velocity, we change acceleration. If we change direction, we change velocity, we change acceleration.
Thank you so much, Om. It was really good explanation. Thank you so much. So now we have understood how is there a change in velocity which leads to acceleration. Perfect. What we are going to do is, in our breakout rooms, what we'll do, because we have less time, okay? It's a very short class today. What we'll do, we will take this question as a homework, is the object accelerating, and you will put it in the WhatsApp group. We will solve only this question. I'll explain this question in 1 minute, and then I'll put you in the breakout room so that you are able to discuss among yourselves how is the acceleration happening. So acceleration describes how an object's velocity is changing. Which of the following scenarios provide the best example of an accelerating object? We have 4 options over here. Out of 4 options, you have to select which object do you think is accelerating. Okay.
can I request you to on the breakout rooms? Okay. Can we start with the conversation?
Now, can we start? Guys, who do you think, like, whose answer, which do you think that, which option is right for acceleration?
I think that third one, or train traveling in a circle.
I think third, a toy train traveling in the circle.
But can anybody tell that why why that only that option is right? Can anybody tell? Like, I was confused. So
Because it's changing direction and speed. I think.
uh, I have a question for you. That why we cannot put the fourth one, the toy boat floating in a bathtub?
Because it is floating. It can change
Yes.
its direction whenever it wants, and also time.
Yes, yes.
We can't say that it is acceleration.
Yes.
Actually, we can say that it is accelerating, because if the toy, there is a water in this surface, right? And there is a boat upon it. It can move. It can change its direction like this, or it can go back black. Right?
But it can change its direction whenever that toy want or its time.
We are so confused in two options. So I think so that third one is right. Also fourth one also. So okay. So I think that I am like I means I am thinking that the both one is right, third and fourth. That the third one wants to say that the toy train is traveling in a circle. So if we turn left or right or any else place, so I'm I will speak in Hindi that I am so अभी हम turn ले रहे हैं, so turn तो हम थोड़ा speed down, तो speed down also, so then the velocity is changing, so it can be acceleration. And how Om had told at the fourth one, it is also right, but which is the right, the both one is right for me. So
I have so according to my last answer, I have think on that, but that fourth one is wrong actually. Third one is right. Boat is floating. Yeah, it's floating, right? But it needs a external power. But a toy train is have its own power, so it is moving around the circumference and changing the direction. But a boat needs external power, and the toy train don't need external power. It use its own power. So I think third one is right, maybe.
It also changes direction
now
plus speed.
thank you for giving us in more in that point.
Okay. Okay, let's come back. We will wrap it out. What do you think is the best example of accelerating object? Which option? Fourth one?
Third one.
Third one. Because the toy train is traveling in circle. Why? Because it's changing its direction plus speed.
Because it is changing its direction plus it is changing its speed. I don't know if it's changing its speed, but it is definitely changing the direction because it is moving in the circle, and you definitely know that. That's really good. So we were able to come on the conclusion. It's really nice. High five to all of you. Perfect. So over here we are done with the class. Okay. I will be sending you the exit slip, which will act as an attendance for you for this class. I will send the exit slip in the WhatsApp message.
Now, Didi?
Yes. Now you can actually drop out of the call. Thank you so much, guys, for joining. I hope you enjoyed the class. Bye, guys.
Guys,
Bye.
you can send a form again. But Didi, there was class till 5:35, no?
No, actually, we needed to wrap up early so that we have a personal conversation going after this, a small personal conversation.
Okay,
I'll get back to you. Okay. Thank you, guys. Bye bye.
All right. Thank you all. Thank you, Monica and Kit, so much for this.
Need to be confused. Okay, what do you think is the best way to go about the problem? And so challenging and confusion will lead to what I believe is lead to the overall vision in my classroom, and I believe that it came out really in a good way to build in the classroom. Yes.
Yeah. And so speaking of this lesson and what came out, right? So if you could share like the progress in this lesson, what do you think worked well that is giving you confidence that yes, children build those skills? And if you are to do the lesson again, what might you tweak or change about this lesson?
Okay, so first of all, I believe that meaningful conversations in the class, like debating, not in a debate manner, but also, open to perspective what the other students are saying, which will lead to a lot of confusion in the class. But, I'm okay with that because at last I know that my kids will be building a lot of skills like the communication skills, the critical thinking, building of curiosity, creativity, coming on to the solution. So I think these are the 4 C's I'm actually working on to make them independent learners. And if I had to tweak the lesson, it will be more about, real life applications. And also, as you know, that acceleration involves a lot of formulas, then how to solve the formulas. So, and inculcating that as well. How can we do that? And also building real life examples with that.
Great. I think some of the things that were really strong in your lesson today was the interaction that children had, right? So the chat was active. Children were also giving you feedback. In the group discussion, they were also telling each other that I don't think this is wrong. Maybe you should think of another question. And so I think I would like to talk a little bit more about what you shared about confusion and challenge. In one of the chats also, somebody had shared that challenging kids is good for critical thinking. So can you talk about how have you created a culture where children feel okay with making mistakes, okay with confusion, and enjoy challenges?
Okay, so for this, I believe they know in science class there will be confusion. So I believe I don't give them perfect answers. First, they need to come up with the answers. They know that okay, Didi will be showing us, Didi will be challenging us, And after that, if we are not, coming up to the certain point, then Didi will be explaining. So they know in the science class that there will be no such explanation. Okay, Didi is coming and Didi is directly explaining. They know, okay, Didi will put us in a challenge situation, and then we need to observe, we need to predict what will happen, and then finally we will come to the solution as a group. So I think there is a lot of, critical thinking and inquiry based learning in the classroom, which has led to this culture.
And what are some things that you are doing as a teacher in your the past 2-3 years of experience? How have you done your research? How have you learned so that you can create this for your children?
I think consistency is the key. Even though you have a lot of research, even though you have everything, unless and until you are consistent with everything, so they know right now the structure. Okay, so I think structure building is really important, and consistency is the key to that. If you're not consistent, then kids will be, they will be confused at what is happening around. I don't know how can I do that. So, being consistent to the lessons, okay, if this is the structure of the lesson, so this should be, and I'm not creating a different structure for a different class. I think that has helped me a lot.
And so when you think of consistency and structures, and your session also had a lot of technology and interactive tools and everything involved. In this pandemic, it's become very difficult for children to access technology, right? And so could you share a little bit about your experience in the pandemic? How do you teach science with children who don't have enough technology? What have been some of your learnings with that?
Okay, so actually we created a peer support system group where what happens is, so there is a group leader. That group leader has this, skill of building, if someone is not attending the classes, he will reach out to them asking what is happening, why are you not, even though if they have some technology issue, even though they are not able to come to the classes because of internet pack, we had made sure that everyone is reaching these people. And if they have any doubts, so we also have office hours in our classroom only. So for example, if students are having doubt, they can't come on the Zoom, it's fine. We send asynchronous packets for science, which includes a lot of experiment based learning as well. So they have to experiment something. First of all is they need to experiment something, and then they have to come to the conclusion. And to come to the conclusion, they need to fill the exit slip, because I should also know that if they are doing or not. And if they are not doing, so we have peer support system group to reach out to them that what happened. So I think main thing in this pandemic is to empathize with them, to understand what they are going through, and depending upon that, making a small little structures in the class. I think it's the best time to experiment new things. So by experimenting only, I have learned a lot in this pandemic.
Okay. And so what I was gathering from you is that even when children don't have access, can they learn from peers who are living nearby with them? And the other thing I'm pulling out is that it need not always be on technology, but simple experiments that they can do with objects at home, learn and share, but they share their learning with you and you've built that culture with them, right? And so while we talk about that, again, would love to hear a little bit more about your teaching practice. What are some things that you have been reading or talking to or, trying? You did mention consistency as an approach, but any instructional strategies or approaches that you will recommend to other teachers?
Yeah, so there are a lot of small strategies. If you see on the screen, they will ticking. So I know, so in the virtual background, what happens over here is you don't know which kid is actually attentive and, somewhere lost. So when they are ticking, I am able to understand that, okay, this kid has some problem. Maybe we need to clarify again. So the small thing over there, you can see what are they thinking right now, what is their approach. The smaller things have made it successful. Or you can also say putting a small student names on the PPT has helped me a lot, So if I cold call if they are watching something. For example, they're watching simulation. They knew that Didi will ask us because our name is on the PPT, so they will concentrate on the stimulation. So I think these are the small things. And last is challenge them. If you are challenging your kids, if you have trust with them, I think they can do a lot. I have learned so much from them. So I think that's the point I wanted to bring.
Right. Yeah, there's a question on the chat which is coming up a few times, that how do you cater to children when they're large numbers? So if there's like 35 kids, 40 kids, how are you still doing that? Any suggestions?
It's a really good question. So I believe you can divide the class with, low scale, high will, low scale. It's a rubric with which you can divide your class, and you can put the students accordingly in all the quadrants and make the peer support group. I think peer learning is the key right now. You can't reach out to every kid because you are the only teacher. So I think peer learning has supported me a lot, and small discussions in the breakout room also gives you an idea who is thinking in what way and has he or she understood that thing.
Okay,
so I think peer learning,
Right. Final question from me. You started talking about critical thinking and the way to get kids to really think and be creative, as well as having challenges. And you're very passionate about science. You're teaching your kids like sometimes 8th grade and 9th grade concepts and so on. So can you just zoom out and share with us, what do you believe that learning science will do for our children in the long term, and why that's so important for you as a teacher?
I think, first of all, learning science explains us that you should not be, worried about your failures. Because if you see science, a lot of scientists have discovered a lot of things, but before that, they failed so many times. So just to have this clarity, science gives you an opportunity to fail. And it's okay to fail, because there will be some point where you are actually going around and telling that this is what I have achieved. So I believe that science is really important, because in the real life application also you see with the smallest thing you know that there is science involved. So I think this would be my closing sentence, that science gives you an opportunity to fail in life, and it's okay to fail. So yeah.
Thank you so much for that really beautiful response of learning from failures. And once again, thank you for this amazing lesson. And over to you, Ashwath.
Welcome everyone to the conversation on innovations, global innovations in schooling. My name is Moinak Roy. I am the CEO and co-founder of Simple Education Foundation. Simple Education Foundation is an education nonprofit based out of Delhi, and our mission is to transform teaching and learning and educational practices inside public schools or government schools in India. And it is great to have Leah and Alex with me on the call. Leah is the head of school improvement at Kizazi. And before this, she's worked with a lot of other organizations, and she started this journey of working with children at New Orleans with the Teach for America Fellowship. And I also have, and Leah currently is actually pursuing her master's in education from Harvard University. I also have with me Alex. Alex is the head of innovations at Rising Academies Network. And like Leah and me, she also started her career teaching children at Mozambique with the Peace Corps program. So it's great to have the two of you, and it's always great to start and have these conversations in education with individuals who've had experience teaching inside a classroom. So I think I'm really excited and looking forward to this conversation.
Thanks for having us. Happy to be here.
Thank you. Thank you. I will straight off jump into the conversation. The title of our talk or our chat today is Global Innovations in Schooling. I want to really unpack this word innovation. So my question to both of you, and feel free to sort of take this forward as a conversation and not really like me asking you questions. When as individuals who are focused on looking and identifying innovations, as individuals looking and identifying innovations, what really constitutes or defines innovation in education for the two of you?
Leah, do you want to go ahead? Sure. So I think when I'm looking across different school models, and innovation is really for the people and by the people. I can't say that there is kind of one solution that will meet all of our unique needs, but I've seen a common through line in someone kind of just solving problems in a unique way that meets the needs of the people. I think that's the only commonality I can speak on.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with what Leah just said. I think sometimes we can get caught up in this word innovation and expect that it means some magic thing that's come out from somewhere. Exactly. And that's not it at all. It is actually solving a problem. And I think most of the times innovation starts from how you think about the problem. Because if you see something and it's been bothering you and you're just not paying attention to it, you want to push it away, you're not giving the problem the attention it needs. But if you can actually go up close, look at it and figure out, like, what is it about this problem that makes it so tricky? What if I looked at it from this angle? What if I looked at it from this angle? It's how you have the mindset and the belief in yourself and in the people around you that you can start to figure out how to untangle that knot that you're viewing. And I think if you bring that mindset and that problem-solving attitude and you're willing to pull people around you and say, hey, could you come take a look at this with me? What do you think about this? What do you think about this? It's definitely a collaborative enterprise as well. So if you want to be an innovator, you're looking to start some innovation, I would start hunting for really tough problems and problems that people may be ignoring or haven't paid attention to before. You can find small problems in lots of places. And I really do think the small things can become the big things. If you solve one small thing really well, that will kickstart an effort to start searching for problems in other places and solving those.
Yeah, I love that part that you raised, Alex, about focusing on something small. I think we think innovation has to be sort of like a whole scale technology revolution, or we need to tear down the walls and rebuild everything because it's flawed, and it's not, right? I think innovation can exist in the classroom next door. It can be, what is this teacher doing that is so unique to get students to learn this language or this concept? It can be, what was done in this community that we're seeing such different results that we want to try here. So I think it's really zeroing in on the small but mighty changes that we see around us.
Yes, small and mighty.
That's amazing. I think I really like that phrase, small and mighty. And I think also, like, it was just 5 minutes into the conversation, and I'm really glad that we've sort of de-stressed innovation. Sometimes innovation can be this mighty word, and like everyone sort of worried, are we really innovating? And I think the way you all explained it, I'm seeing a lot of context, I'm seeing a lot of usefulness, a lot of effectiveness are some of the key things that really define innovation from what I heard from the two of you. So as an innovator, what are some of the early markers that really define an innovation? Like, when do I really know that, I have actually, I'm probably close to hitting the nail on its head?
I would say you try something that you think is going to work and it doesn't work.
Okay.
And you go, why didn't that work? And then you're like, oh, it didn't work because of this thing. And you get an idea for how to do it differently the next time around. It's that insight, I think, that is sort of the spark to know that you're on the path to something. You haven't figured out yet, but you're starting to see a little bit of the journey that you need to take.
Yeah, and I think you can only understand if something is working or not if you have data. So there's kind of like, I'm sure many of us have seen this sort of like cyclical process of plan, act, gather feedback, and then refine. And I think where we can oftentimes spend too little time, or we think about feedback in a narrow way, is on that get feedback step. So that could look like interviews, that could look like just stepping back and observing. I think we like to focus on the quantitative, so test scores or satisfaction, but we really need to gather just many pieces of feedback and then sit down and say, okay, where are we making progress? Where should we step back and maybe refine this approach?
Okay. I think I would love to hear from both of you, like one of your personal journeys with innovation in education, and this can be inside the classrooms that you all taught or with the organizations that you've worked with. But if you can think of one of these journeys and just sort of take us through that a little bit.
I mean, I can start with a very recent example from COVID. I think COVID created a huge problem for all of us across the world. And so in creating that huge problem, it also becomes something that we need to try and figure out how to solve. So in the countries where Rising works, Sierra Leone, Ghana, and Liberia, schools, like in many other places, shut down. Internet penetration is very low. And so we started talking to our government colleagues, and they said, we really want to try and promote some education content over the radio. And so we sat down with our team and said, what can we do to figure out how we can support the government in their initiatives to push education content out over radio. And we were able to take our existing lesson plans, adapt them so they could become radio scripts. And so we did an initial one. One of our teachers recorded it on her phone and then took it home to her kids and took a video of watching her kids listen to the radio. And then we all watched the video, and we were able to see what parts of the lesson really worked, what parts of the lessons were too slow, what parts were confusing. And so based on our observations, watching children listening to these radio lessons, it helped us get much better at what the radio scripts would look like going forward. And so we were able, both in Liberia and Sierra Leone, to develop radio scripts that then became part of the COVID response in both of those countries. And we've posted all of the radio scripts that we developed on our website for free under a Creative Commons license. So we're hoping that it's not just a value for us, but it's a value for anybody who wants to go and take a look at them.
Yeah, and I think I have had the opportunity to go through some of those scripts Rising on Air, and I would strongly, I think, urge all of our listeners who've tuned in to this chat today to really go and look them up, because there's some fantastic and very simple material that you can do through any kind of audio means, actually. And thank you, Alex, for taking us through that journey, because it's often we just get to see the final product and we don't really get to see what is the journey. Leah, could you take us through one of your own examples as well?
Yeah, I'm tempted to speak about COVID because it's most recent, but I'm actually going to draw back. I'm going to draw back to the classroom, actually. So we were noticing that in our school, students were reaching college or university, but they weren't completing. And so we realized that, okay, we're not actually doing something right. It's not that they don't have the content knowledge. There's something else there that we're missing. So after several rounds of like looking at data, conducting focus group discussions, we pinned down self-regulation. And the fact that we were almost so narrowly focused on academics and testing and making all these benchmarks and doing well in a test score frame of mind. But what we wound up doing was then revamping our curriculum down to the timetable, how we teach lessons, what types of activities we're doing to intentionally cultivate self-regulation and broader life outcomes in our teachers. And so that for me is a really salient example of an intervention just in terms of restructuring your timetable, allowing time for students to explore, make their own choices, learn from their own mistakes. What does that look like? How do we rethink discipline? How do we rethink classroom structure, sitting? I mean, it really called on us to leverage our own creative license to restructure the classroom in a way that would allow our students to be more successful.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. I'm really tempted to also share something from our work, and this is primarily, obviously, the most recent during COVID, and taking off from some of the key markers that you all mentioned in the beginning. We started doing these learning packets through WhatsApp. And I think initially we were sending videos, we were sending images, and a lot of different things. And then we slowly started seeing that, our intake of voice messages, like voice notes that we would record on WhatsApp and send, was much higher than a YouTube video or image, or a PDF that they had to download. And then I think the team sort of stepped back and really started redesigning most of the lessons with voice tags and with voice notes. And I think that for me was such a good example of learning from what we are sort of seeing on ground and really strengthening the innovation, which is part of the program. So just sort of shifting tracks a little bit, the two of you, I think in your own roles have the opportunity to really look at a lot of different organizations, a lot of different schools, and across different countries. When you look at these organizations and these schools or these classrooms or educators who are innovating on a regular basis, what are some of those human attitudes or values that you see sort of coming out in these individuals?
Yeah, I love that question. I think I see one, like, people approaching this work with humility. I think if you want to innovate, you have to be willing to fail. It's almost inevitable, right? Like you fall 7 times, get up 8. So there's the approaching the work with humility and a willingness to learn. I think we also have to kind of tear down silos and collaborate. Some of the most transformational innovations I've seen have come through sharing a similar strategy that you applied maybe in a different context. I try it here. I say, oh, this didn't work, but I'm going to tweak this a bit. So that growth mindset, collaboration, and then also just understanding that it requires a lot of reflection. And so we oftentimes talk about learning, unlearning, relearning. Maybe you used to do something for 10 years, 20 years, and then you realize actually this is not the best approach, or this was really strong and maybe we just need to tweak these certain parts.
Yeah, I would only add one thing. I think Leah encapsulated it quite well. I think a lot of times having a very clear vision for what the end goal is can be really helpful, because there's so many decisions that you could take that will lead you in different directions. And especially as you're in a mode where you're like, we're ready to try all these different things, we want to get there. And you can sometimes get stuck in the what you're doing as opposed to really being focused on where you're getting to. So I think some of the organizations who are the most successful are ones who are very clear about the principles and the goals that they're trying to achieve. And then they're just working on figuring out the pathway to get there, and not letting, the next shiny thing like VR headsets, woohoo, not letting those take more donors. Take them off track. I think you have to be like very solid in what at the end of the day you are trying to achieve.
That's brilliant. And I think you all have said a couple of things which I see are not only individual attitudes, but also sometimes attitudes of the community where you are in, right? I have in my personal experience seen very innovative individuals get in places which do not sort of really nurture that innovation, and that sort of dies down. And the other way around, I would love to hear from you, probably in your experience as an organization or as a school leader or as an educator, what can someone do to nurture growth mindset, to nurture this whole push and this persistence or this grit to be mission focused, mission driven?
Mm-hmm. I think one unique advantage we have at Kizazi is to pull together like-minded entrepreneurs. So I would definitely say leaning into community. Mainak, you've even spoken with some of our early stage entrepreneurs, and there's something so affirming about seeing someone who's a bit close to where you want to be, and understanding how they achieved that. What steps did you take? Oh, this was difficult for you as well. Oh, like this started just as an idea and you dared to act on it, right? And so I think creating that network, if not around you, then is it someone you know that's done something similar, that also was an entrepreneur, that can share their stories and kind of validate all of the natural challenges that come with being an entrepreneur.
And I'll speak a little bit to what it looks like internally within our organization. And I think a lot of times what I try and do is create space to bring people who wouldn't necessarily be having conversations in their normal day-to-day work, to bring those people together around a specific issue. And seeing if everybody is understanding the problems in the same way. Let's talk about what's really going on. Let's really define clearly what we want to tackle, build like a sense of team around this shared challenge, and give people permission to share ideas and ask questions. Because I think sometimes folks are like, oh, that's not my job. You're the head of it. That's your job. I'm like, no. It's all of our jobs. I'm just here to facilitate. Like, I'm not coming up with the ideas. I'm here to create space and encourage the conversation. And when I see people taking that risk, that maybe wouldn't have taken a risk to say a new idea or come up with something, really supporting and encouraging them in that. And calling out, like, did you see what just happened there? Like, that's what we want. That is moving us further down the field. Because I think, putting yourself, it can be scary, right? To put yourself out there and be like, hi, I think we should try something new. Because the most likely thing that will happen is everyone's like, that will never work. That will never work. So you have to create an environment where people are willing to, put their ideas out there, and other people are willing to suspend judgment and sort of listen and let it sink in a little bit.
Thank you. Alex, if I had to ask you, what is your one favorite story of innovation from Rising? What would that story be?
So as I'm going to go to another COVID example because it's recent and it's one that I just love. So we, in addition to supporting radio lessons, we also set our teachers up to be doing individual tutorial phone calls with students. And I think the teachers were just so incredibly resourceful in managing this very difficult situation and figuring out how to connect with families and then how to work with individual students. And the feedback that we received from many of the teachers, like the experience for them doing these individual phone calls also had a tremendous impact on their experience as teachers. So they were paired with a certain number of students who they were calling over about 12 to 16 week period once a week. So they were really able to follow the individual progress of students. And I think many of the teachers came out from that experience, one with impressed by what students are capable of when they were able to see that individual growth up close. And two, they also said, overwhelmingly, our teachers were like, I need to learn to be more patient. And so when I think about what are we learning through this crisis that can then help us as we figure out what going forward will look like, it just makes me so excited to think about hundreds of teachers that we had that had this amazing opportunity to work one-on-one with students in a way that they typically don't have the time to do, and how that will impact their thinking as they go back into the classroom as well.
Thank you, Alex, for sharing that. Leah, as a part of the Kizazi, as part of your work at Kizazi, you work with a lot of entrepreneurs and school operators in Africa. If you could share with us I will not go ahead and say your favorite example or a favorite story, but any story that comes to your mind which really sort of stands out.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think there are so many. I think it can be easy to look through this kind of like deficit damage mindset. But even Alex, as you were speaking about Sierra Leone, the world could actually learn a lot from Sierra Leone, who's been forced to close schools due to previous emergencies. And so if I had to pick one example that really stands out, so through African Leadership Academy, we're working with a cohort of school leaders, and there's a network of micro schools in Egypt called ACT Micro Schools. And I think what really stands out about their approach is, one, it is all about relationships and intimacy. They're not looking to get like hundreds of students in the door. They would rather start a bunch of smaller schools. And I think their approach to teaching Pan-Africanism is fascinating. I think they really instill a lot of confidence in their students, and the school is also incredibly agile. So during COVID, they were ready to switch to technology, but then the government said, no, you're going to reopen after they had put everything on this online platform. They're like, okay, well, we have to switch now to preparing to maybe doing something in person or doing some sort of hybrid approach. And so I would just share that their agility and, back to Alex's earlier point, that mission alignment, they allow room for innovation as long as it's moving us towards this broader goal for our students and for the school.
Thank you. Thank you. I think what I really, what I'm taking away from the conversation so far is this consistently, like we've been consistently debunking this myth that innovation has to be something crazy out of the world. And I think I feel like that is so empowering, because a lot of us often get stuck with this whole idea that we are not really innovating. But I think we lose out on those moments, like Alex, you mentioned, and like Leah, you mentioned, which can often get sort of overlooked in this current narrative of innovation that we have borrowed largely from Silicon Valley, if I can say so.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I want to sort of shift gears a little bit. One of the things that really prompted inspirED 2020 is India's new national education policy, and there are a couple of focus areas. I want to talk about three, and I want to really hear from you. What do you think of these priorities from the global lens? Are these also priorities that you see countries in probably other parts of, like probably in Africa or other places sort of prioritizing, or are there other things that we need to sort of look at right now. So the three priorities, which I think I find really interesting, is this singular focus on foundational learning. So foundational literacy and numeracy, and how the government is aiming to really ensure that every child going to school will acquire the basic foundational literacy and numeracy skills by grade 3. The second thing that really I think I am very excited about, and I would love to see over the next few years how this pans out, is this strong focus on teacher professional development, and really sort of understanding that our teachers need to constantly sort of grow to be better teachers inside the classroom. And the third, which is a new aspect that has, I think, been added, although we've had a conversation around it for really long, but it has very recently been added, which is focus on early childhood care and education. So these are three things that I am really interested about, along with a lot of other things. But I want to ask the two of you, from a global lens, how do these three priorities really fit in?
So I would say the focus on foundational skills really resonates. I think globally you're seeing this emphasis. I mean, even the World Bank and the Sustainable Development Goals are being very clear about not just kids in school, but what are kids able to do as a result of being in school, and specifically focused around the early literacy and numeracy. So I think that's very in line with what you're starting to see. I think that also points to this idea of not just moving through a school year, but showing competence in something as a result of being in school. So it's not just about teachers covering every single piece of the curriculum, but teachers' roles are shifting so that they also have a clear idea of, I am teaching this so that my students will be able to do this. And now I am accountable and responsible to go back and see, I tried something, did it work? Let me do some formative assessments, see what children have learned, go back and try again. So instead of teachers just marching through a syllabus, they really are becoming, and we've known this, I think we've known this for a long time. The biggest impact in a school on children's education is the quality of the teacher. And so I would say that focus on competence and teacher professional development has to go hand in hand, because it's a different view of what a teacher's role is. And it requires much more critical thinking and decision making on the teacher's side to be able to really assess, are my children making the progress they need to? And if not, what am I going to do about it?
Yeah, I'll pick up on the teacher professional development. And for all teachers listening, I want to say a happy belated World Teachers Day. I think we ask so much from our teachers. And if nothing else from the pandemic, parents have learned how difficult it is to teach. I mean, you're seeing like all these memes and posts about like I need them to go back to school. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how to support them. And so my hope moving out of this is that, yes, continue to support teachers in service, pre-service support. And also, I think we need to integrate the community with the school. So I don't think the burden should fall on teachers. We're hearing these conversations about, oh, well, your class performed this way, your class performed that way. And I'm wondering how we can work more as a committee, or like more collaboratively between the student, who also has had so much more agency this year than ever before, the community, and the teachers. So the onus is not on 100% on teachers to make sure that child achieves. There's so much more we could do to empower students to have more voice and choice in their learning. And that's where you really start to see them self-actualize, when they feel like, I'm learning this because I want to, or I'm learning this so that I can do this, and it connects to a broader goal. And also, what can the community and parents do to further support teachers? So I'm happy to hear that there is a focus on teacher professional development. I understand that the requirements are increasing. So you have to have, I think, a bachelor's to teach, which I support that. But I would love to see, moving out of this, that we don't lose the fact that it really does take a village to raise a child, and that teachers will do all that they can if they are met with the same amount of effort from the student and from the community.
Thank you. Thank you. I think just sticking to this line of thought and also sort of going back to innovation, we have around 5 more minutes left. I want to again go back to Leah and ask, in teacher professional development, what are some of the innovations that you are seeing happening across the world? And if you had to choose or talk about one or two, could you sort of share that with all of us?
Yeah. So I'll start by saying that technology will never replace teachers, but it will make it a lot easier for them to collaborate, for them to get access to resources. And so I think where I've seen some real innovation is in that freely sharing of resources. And I know several networks, even like Rising, Alex, you were saying, you've uploaded all of these resources that teachers can use. Yeah. So if there is that ability to collaborate and say hey, I want to teach this lesson, or I'm noticing this challenge, here's a resource you can go to. Another, and I don't know if it's an innovation, but I feel like we call everything innovations these days, but the fact of decentralizing coaching and feedback, I think it's something that we say the principal or the head teacher has to do. But where I've really seen a lot of growth in teachers is when it comes from peers. So I just, if I'm friends with Alex, I pop into your classroom saying hey, I noticed you did this. Can you tell me how you did that? Or I'm facing this challenge. Can you help me brainstorm around that? So again, I don't know if these are real innovations, but I think that willingness to share and collaborate and leveraging tech to support, not to replace teaching, and then decentralizing a lot of that feedback and making sure that everyone feels responsible for personal growth, but then also for the growth of their colleagues.
Absolutely. And I think I resonate with both the points so much. And I feel like as a teacher, I actually grew a lot when my co-fellows or my co-teachers would pop in and give me feedback, because they were so deeply embedded in the context of my classroom or the community that I worked in. So definitely, I completely agree with what Leah, you've just pointed out. And I think definitely the pandemic has sort of moved us to collaborate a lot more than what we are otherwise used to. And I just hope that that continues. Alex, coming back to you, you spoke about the sort of global focus on ensuring foundational literacy and numeracy. If you could share one example or one innovation that's happening right now, which you feel is a solid sort of move towards this outcome.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I keep being inspired and excited by, and also I think really pushing for, is this idea of open educational resources. If you think about children learning to read, they have to read something, and high quality texts many times are copyright and expensive. And so we have really benefited from sort of the movement around creating more open source stories for children to be reading in the early grades. And I think that has been tremendously impactful. You have the African Storybook Project, you have Literacy Cloud from Room to Read, you have Storyweaver coming out of Protham, just these amazing examples of where you can go to find open source stories that you can adapt, remix, use however you would like. We need to see that continuing up into the higher grades as well. At some point, those stories run out and students still need more complex text to be able to engage with. And it's very hard to find open source text that you can build curriculum and lesson plans around. And so I would just keep pushing sort of the global effort that we have to create more openly licensed content. I would like to see much more of that. Yeah.
And if I can add, I think more, definitely a lot of more openly licensed content, but also a lot of diverse content. Content that really sort of talks about things that are more important to talk about today, gender inclusion, race, and everything else. So I definitely think that's going to be, that is so important. We are a minute away from closing. Any last thoughts Alex and Leah?
I mean, I think to anybody who maybe came to this panel looking for answers, I would say you are the answer. Go out and do it.
Yeah, I think on a similar line, I'll just say like the future and whatever happens after here isn't something that, just has to happen to us. I think we're largely in charge of that. And if we really want to invest in the future of society, we've got to continue investing in education. Those two are tethered together. We're preparing youth, not just for jobs, but for a society that we can't even envision yet. And so we are in control of our future, and we can make our best bet by investing in our students and our youth.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Alex and Leah, for joining this chat. And I think if there's something that I am taking away, that is that innovation is intentional. Innovation does not have to be massive. And the third thing, innovation needs to work for the people who are designing it for. Thank you so much. And I hope all of you go and check out all the different sort of examples that Alex and Leah shared with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Such a pleasure.